Good morning. Hello. All right. It is the Valentine's Day. I had intended to do a very long stream today. I'm also starting later than I usually do, but my sinuses have been killing me. That's part of why I'm starting later. I didn't want to get up, and then I took a shower because I actually have to work today. I wasn't going to be working today. There's so many plot twists, but basically I have to do inventory at my job this week, so I had to work today. So we're starting a little bit later than I planned, but my hope is before today's stream ends, I'll have finished Gill's route because that way we can start another route tomorrow. However, if that is not the case, then we'll finish Gill's route tomorrow, start another one, and I'll do a little bit of a longer stream because I'm trying my hardest to be halfway through this week because I want to try and get through the rest of it next week. And I will be having a Friday stream. Someone actually asked me in my comments on clicking on something on my Jack and Jean post because I know I already said this on one of my other videos, but I want to play Jack and Jean again, and I was going to just do it on Fridays if I have free time because sometimes I have planned on Fridays nights or sometimes it's after work. I'm tired. This week I'm leaving work a little bit early on Fridays so I could do a decent stream. So that's my goal, and the reason for that is I've been meaning to do it too because I am working next 2 days. I get to leave a little earlier on Friday than I usually do. I just slapped my camera light cord. I'm a little closer to the corner than I usually am. I was also messing around with things today. This is another reason why it started late. I was going to try and plug in the siren mic that I bought, and it's picking up every sound. And I didn't want to troubleshoot that right now, but like this. You hear it? You can kind of hear it. It was like in the red. And like you can't usually hear when I'm pressing buttons on my controller. It was picking up every button press I did. So I need to calibrate that a little bit better so it's not picking up every sound in my room to a crazy degree. So she's not ready yet. I was a little disappointed because I was hoping to do it, but my hair's wet anyways. I took a shower today, so my hair's not cute anyways, so it's not like it was ready for that. We're going to jump back into Gill's story. It is Valentine's Day, so I definitely wanted to stream today for that reason. We're going to have about 5 hours at least. Let me think, do math. Yeah. Because I can stream for at least that long. I don't know if I can stream longer than that. That's going to be about it. And then if we finish Gill's route today, I'll be excited. I don't know if it's possible, honestly. But I'm hoping. I would love to. I'd love to be done with his route. That way we can start Raoul's. It'd be Raoul next. And then Rookie is second to last. And then Alan. And then hopefully we'll be successful and we'll have our secret route at that point. Yeah, I hope you're having a lovely day. I hope you're enjoying your Valentine's Day. If you're watching this on YouTube, it's not Valentine's Day anymore, but I did upload a video on Valentine's Day there too. I think it was the second VOD for Cupid Parasite, so I wanted it to still be kind of on theme there. And where we are currently in Gill's route is she's learning that he likes her. She officially finally realizes that he likes her, maybe, sort of, a little bit. She was still convinced that he was in love with Clarice. We pretty much confirmed at this point that Clarice is a succubus, kind of like how Alan is an incubus, so they could be related. They could be working on this together, who knows? So there's some story there we're going to be learning as we play. Currently, he's trying to get a job at a magazine company that he wants to work for because he's always wanted to work as a car journalist, even though he denies liking cars. I don't know why, but he does that. All right, the next day, Gill responded to my message late that night. Gill Lovecraft, I'm sorry it took me so long to respond. You told me I should be more thoughtful when it's sending text, so I've rewritten this more times than I can count. But I guess I wasted time in the process. Did I make you worry? If so, I'm sorry. Although I can't say I hate the idea of you worrying about me. What I mean is, I swear to God. It's also 12:34 a.m. APM again. Gill, once again, this is way too long. He still doesn't get the point. He still isn't considering the recipient or my advice. The advisor in me wants to make his message bleed red, but instead I just sat on the sofa and continued to read. To make a long message short, Gill essentially is trying to say, how about grabbing dinner together tomorrow night? Why didn't he just write that? I considered critiquing him when we meet. Either way, I'm off early tomorrow, so I replied that anytime after 6 was good. Thanks for getting back to me. I might have to meet with a coworker after work, so why don't we meet in front of your place tomorrow night around 7? I'm fine. We're ready somewhere good to eat in the area. I'm fine. I'll find somewhere good to eat in the area. Gill responded immediately, and I answered with a casual, okay. He then replied again, saying, I can't wait to see you. Whew, that was the shortest message ever sent. Gill, you sound like an old-fashioned man. And you dress like one, too. Gill will be coming to pick me up. We're even meeting in front of my place. I think Gill actually lives on 6th Avenue now. It's nice that I can go home right afterwards. He could have just asked to meet near 6th Avenue and Cupid Corp. That would have been better for him. Still, Gill is willing to come to my corner of the city out of consideration for me. Then again, Gill has been like this since I've known him. I remember Gill back in university. I feel a pang in my heart. Back then, Gill taught me everything. I relied on him so much. I only realized that once Gill graduated and we were no longer roommates. After that, Clarice and I were so busy finding jobs that it appeared like Gill just left. We quickly fell out of touch. In the end, I was never able to thank him for everything he did for me while we were in school. Now that we're reunited, I should really take a chance to thank him. Maybe I should take a page out of Clarice's book and buy him a gift. Even if I can't pick up something small tomorrow, I should get something soon. I ponder that while getting ready for bed. I did notice something cute yesterday when I was going through chapters on the main menu. It shows you which of the Parasite 5 pop up in each of the chapters if they have any overlap in the story. Which I thought was a nice little feature. This game did a lot of work on like the stuff. Like this. This is cool. Oh no, the phone's gonna keep ringing, isn't it? Okay, hang on. Mirror! Please hurry to the meeting room. A member is waiting for you. Understood. The next day, I was busy juggling Cupid Corporation members 1 week. On weekends and holidays, things became exceptionally hectic. Which holiday is it? Okay, so the next one is in meeting room 2. After that, I need to reach out to the particular member. Then I focus on today's schedule while checking off tasks on my to-do list. It's great that Cupid Corp is so busy these days. For me, more customers means more matchmaking, which is my heart's desire. Even with the Parasite 5 quitting the service, the effects of Parasite House are still bringing in new members. A lot of them mention feeling anxiety after watching the show. Others say that they're not even interested in the Parasite 5. Thank goodness. I guess Cupid Corp can thank Parasite House for bringing in lots of new members to find love. Thanks to the program, the producer was quite happy. He even said he wanted to make a sequel series. But that can't happen if there's no Parasite 5. Still, I'm sure there's some way to bring a new program. Regardless, it's my duty to guide today's members down the aisle to their dream marriage. The busier I become, the more motivated I get. I feel incredible as I headed into the meeting room. Yet, my schedule didn't let up even when my shift was almost over. Ooh, is she gonna cancel?
それで、その項目のところには LCI 社の車を持っている人限定でって書いてほしくって、あと年収は
Demanding female member. In regards to that section, I want to limit the list only to members who own an LCI car in terms of annual income. That The task won't end. Today's customers have a lot of finicky demands in regards to a partner. We've been at it for over 2 hours. Yes, miss, I understand. Thankfully, Cupid system can seek out someone who owns an LCI brand car.
でも LCI 社の中でも特に高級なやつがいいわ。あとそうね、9番街に家を持っていると嬉しいわ。
Well, I actually prefer an expensive LCI car. Can you also make sure he has a home on 9th Avenue? Yes, I understood, miss. So demanding. She's only interested if he's high class and rich. When I have these kinds of customers, I simply listen to their demands and gradually rein them in. While listening to this member's desires, I glanced at the clock. My shift ended at 6. A long time ago, it's already 6:30. I should send a message to Gill that I'm going to be late. Considering how long it'll take me on the subway, I need to leave now to get to Gill on time for tonight. But I can't just drop things and go now. Anxiety bubbled up inside me, but I maintained a professional smile and manner.
それでね、次は私のプロフィールに書いてほしい内容なんだけど。
So, about my own personal profile? Yes, so I see that you've already filled it out with your information. We can go on ahead and get that into our system.
そうなんだけど、今から書き直していい？あんまりそれ気に入ってないのよ。
Yeah, but can I revise it? I don't like what I wrote. Okay, let me bring you a new profile application. Please wait. At this rate, it'll take at least another hour. I leave the meeting room and take my smartphone out of my bag. I planned on apologizing to Gill, then telling him that because my shift is running long, I won't be rescheduled. I want to reschedule to another day. Wait, no way, my battery's dead. I tap my smartphone screen, but no matter what, it remains pitch black. This is bad. I can put whatever I want on this screen now. This is bad. This is really bad. I thought I was at 60%. How did this happen? I need a charger. I look around, but everyone was in a meeting rooms. There was no one to be found. Normally, I can't carry a charger on me. If I wanted to charge my phone, I needed to get to the system development and Clarice. I can't keep a customer waiting, though. I'm so sorry, Gill. If things go my way, Clarice will leave right on time. She might come across Gill and be able to explain things. Maybe that would help them grow a bit closer, too. I broke out in a cold sweat as I anxiously shoved the phone back in my bag. Quickly, I took the sheet back to the meeting room. So you're just going to stand him up? And then, as expected, our meeting took more than an hour. In the end, I managed to leave the office at 8 p.m., a full hour past my and Gil's meeting time. But did you say anything? Or look at the time inside. I sent multiple messages upon my arrival, but I didn't even get left unread. I tried calling her, but I just got a standard message saying that the callee was unavailable. I don't think I got blocked.
俺、また振られちゃったかな。
Am I being rejected again? Again, you weren't rejected. You wrote a letter. There is no guarantee someone is going to read a letter. I gazed at the night sky as I walked out onto the main street. The moon was shining brightly above. History seems to be repeating itself. Just like then, I looked up at the sky after I confessed my feelings by letter to her.
でも今回はちゃんとメッセージで約束したし、そんなわけない。あの子はそんな形で人を傷つけるタイプじゃないから。
She as if she, for some reason, doesn't have a charger on her desk or anywhere on her personal being, or the ability to say, you know what, give me just a moment. I have to do something and I'll be right back while you're filling out this paperwork to tell Clarice, hey, can you text Gill and tell him this? Like I don't feel bad for her. I do feel a little bad for him. I also think he's ridiculous, but I feel a little bad for him at least. This is different. We texted and promised to meet. She isn't the kind of person who would hurt someone like this. Why didn't she come? I started to worry that she got caught in an accident of sorts. I take my phone out and check to see if there was a subway accident or if something happened at Cupid HQ. I find a subway delay on of a few minutes, but nothing about any kind of accidents.
もしかして待ち合わせの55分前に着いたってメッセージを送ったから怒ってるのかな。
Maybe she's mad that I messaged about arriving 55 minutes before our meeting time. During our practice date, I sent a message that I'd arrived an hour early. She got mad at me. I did something similar this time. Again, that might not have been good enough for her. She's a much more proper person than I could ever be right now. Back then, she was an innocent baby bird that I protected. Now she surpassed me and is mature enough to scold me.
立ち止まっているのは俺だけか。
I'm the one that's still stuck in the past. Yeah, which means your feelings for her shouldn't be the same. Just to be clear, she's not the same person she was a couple years ago. So that's another thing to consider. After meeting her, she continued to move forward and change, but I'm still the same person. I'm still standing in the same place. Maybe I've taken steps backwards ever since I left my parents' home. I've just been running away from reality. I lost myself in taking care of her and didn't take care of me. I thought that I was doing the right thing by protecting her, but really, I just wanted something to make me feel special. Because she was so inexperienced and naive, I felt like an adult, at least while we lived together. That's why I got so worried in situations like this. I couldn't help but send all those messages.
でもそれだけじゃない。
But that's not everything. I dragged my hands through my bangs and looked at my feet. Protecting her did save me, but that's not all. Initially, I looked after her like a guardian, but then I started to see her as a woman. That tore me apart. I like her sweet, innocent smile. I like how open she is with her feelings. I like how she is unbiased and determined. I like how she liked my family name despite how much I hated it. I know my feelings aren't logical, but I don't care. I just love her. It's just because I wanted to protect. It's not because I wanted to protect her. It's not just an excuse. I honestly purely just love her. I don't know if that's true.
ねえ、好きなんだ。だからお願い。俺の気持ちを伝えさせて。
Oh, Gill. Leah, I love you so much, so please let me tell my feelings for you. Gill, I'm so sorry. As if she heard my desperate plea, her voice echoed around me. I gasped and looked up to see her standing there. I saw that Gill was standing at our meeting spot. I ran over. In the end, I couldn't find a charger. I figured it would be better to take the subway here directly than try to find one. It takes less than 10 minutes to get to my place from 2nd Avenue Station. Hiccups, and burpees. Whew. After getting off, I ran as fast as I could. Despite my lateness, Gil was there for me. Gil, I am so sorry. I call out to him and Gil jerks with a gasp. He looks towards me. His eyes find me and they shift, and suddenly... Oh, no. 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 What's going on with this street? Why? This is like me at night. Oh, God, so much stuff. Before I realized what had happened, Gil was embracing me. He wrapped his arms around me like a vice, as if to tell me he was planning to hold on and never let me
よ
go.
かった。もう来てくれないかと。
Oh, thank goodness. I thought you would never come. I'm so sorry. Work got hectic, and when I tried to contact you, I found out my phone was dead. I'm sorry for making you wait so long, Gil.
いいんだ。君は来てくれたから。
Can you let go of me now? It's alright. You made it here. That's what matters. Gil's body was cold from the chilly night wind, but for some reason I felt a pleasant heat radiating from him. I realized that it was because of his intense, assuring embrace. It was the first time I'd been hugged like this. But in Celestia, this never happened. Truth be told, it hadn't happened since I came to the human realm either. Human warmth can be this comforting even through clothes chilled by the night wind. No, this isn't the first time. Quickly, I sift through my memories. I've experienced this delightful heat once before. that. Yes. Back then. Back on our prom night, Gill embraced me just like this too. In college? In college. She's in college, right? She was in college? What? College prom? Colleges do not have school-wide proms. What are you talking about, girl? You want them to be older, but at the same time? Interesting, okay. Back on our prom night, Gill embraced me just like this too. Please don't do this. It's gonna be the same image, just slightly different. Memories of prom night. Prom? What's prom? I was listening to Clarice and her friends talk in our university classroom, which is not high school. I was confused by this new term called prom.
あら、プロも知らないの？大学でやるダンスパーティーみたいなものよ。ハイスクールの時にやらなかった？
Oh wow, you don't know what prom is? It's like a dance party we have in college. Didn't you go to one in high school? No, back then I was absent often. This is my first prom.
初めて？じゃあ気合い入れていかないとね。ただのダンスパーティーなんて思っちゃダメよ。ここで成立するカップルは多いんだから。
First? Well, then we have to do it big. Don't think of it as just a dance. Lots of people find their matches there. Oh wow, really?
ええ、そもそも男女のペアじゃないと参加できないイベントなんだもの。
Yeah, plus you go with a partner to prom, otherwise you're not allowed in.
だからみんな好きな人を誘
It's not
っていく
true
の。
either.
そ
What?
れでプロムの後に告白するのよ。
Did they
プ
not
ロムポー
actually
ズなんて言葉もあるのよ。
research proms before they wrote this? What is this? You don't have to have a partner to go to prom. Prom is a formal event. Mostly, it's okay. I don't know why I'm explaining proms. I feel like a lot of people know what proms are. So there are proms, right? And it's a dance, and it's usually like the last big dance that happens before the yearbooks come out, because I like to have prom photos in the yearbooks. And there's usually a king and a queen. It's usually someone who's popular. Not always. It's not actually not all that common these days, but you just hang out with your friends typically. Sometimes this happens in hotels. Sometimes they rent out hotels instead of like the schools for them as well. But you do not have to have a date. They've never made that mandatory. Maybe this is some places, but never I know where I went was mandatory. You had to pay to go, but you didn't have to have a date to go. This is so weird. And there's no prom in college. That's why everyone makes sure they ask out the person they like. Then afterwards you have a promposal. Okay, promposal's a newer thing. And that's just like a proposal, but for prom. And it's boring and silly in my opinion. Promposal, wow. It's something I have to experience as Cupid. My eyes must have been shining because Clarice started laughing.
なに？もしかして誰か一緒に行きたい男子とかいるの？
Oh, do you have someone or some boy in mind?
え、本当？好きな人とかいるの？
You've got a crush? Huh? What? No, I don't have a crush. But you all do, right? I want to support you. Also, I don't know if it's showing really well, but you can see like the outline of her in white. It's a little weird.
また出た。お得意のキューピッド癖。もっと自分の恋に目覚めたらいいのに。
Ah, we've lost her. You know, you really like to play Cupid, huh? Maybe you should shoot yourself with a love arrow. Playing Cupid. But I'm actually the real deal Cupid. I wonder how Clarice would react if I told her that. Of course, if my secret got out, Dad and Lord Jupiter would be really mad, so I'll keep it to myself for now.
でも、だからプロムって面倒なのよね。誘われて OK 出したら、 もうそこで OK って思われちゃいそうだし。
Honestly, proms are a lot of trouble. If you say yes to a promposal, then the guy starts thinking they can go all the way with you. That is factual. Paris, have you decided on who you want to go with?
ええ。告られたくないって男見つけたから一緒に行くことが決まったわ。
Yeah, I
お
found a
互い
guy
誰
that
にも告られないように対策でってとこね。
I found a guy that doesn't want to be asked out, so we're going together. Both of us didn't want to be asked out anyway.
さすがモテる女は違うわ。でも相変わらず特定の誰かは作らないのね。
As usual, you refuse to go study with anyone. Too cool for school, Clarice.
私はみんなのクラリスだもん。
I consider myself everyone's girl. Goodness, this Cupid. I really hope Clarice finds a nice relationship. Stop telling her what to do. She can do whatever she wants. Then again, I know she likes to live life how she wants. I try to hold back my Cupid instincts. Happy Valentine's Day, Jay! Oh, I love all the emotes. That's so cute. What's this? Allison. Very cute emotes this person has. Yes, we're doing a Valentine's Day with Cupid Parasite as planned, if I'm being honest. So I'm excited. I'm excited. Do you have anything fun planned for today? Because I work tonight. Good morning. Yes. Well, it's afternoon officially for me, so I'm officially in the afternoon. I just got a really late start today. I'm still having sinuses and I took a shower since I was going into work tonight. I keep hitting this one cord and it is making my light flicker. It's not intentional. It's just that the cord's under my keyboard right now. And I usually use this adorable little bunny chopstick holder to hold my cords back, but apparently it's not working right now. It weighs nothing. I'm not surprised. Love your cute strawberry, Cardi. Thank you. I planned on wearing it to work as well because I just thought it it's not hearts, but you know, it's pink and it gives the Valentine's-y vibes. I'm working too. Nothing planned. Nice. It's a holiday. And you like this for some. I know some people who are very adamant of having Valentine's Day off and stuff, but I really don't do anything. I was just planning on playing this all day. I actually had planned on being off today so I could play this all day, but it didn't work out that way. My job needs me to do stuff. Love looks different for each and every person. I'll just support Clarice when the time is right. I don't know if you've played Cupid Parasite. Did this bother you? They're going to a prom in college. And I Googled it because I'm like, I've never heard of prom in college. And it says sometimes they might do formal dances, but they don't do proms. So I feel like they just wanted to have a prom and they were like, well, she's in college, not in high school, so we'll just do it anyways. I highly recommend Gill to her, though. You need to stop doing that. You need to stop trying to get people together when they don't want to be together. I've seen Gill blush profusely every time he looks at Clarice during breakfast. Whenever I mention it, Gill always makes up an excuse and looks away from me. I'm sure he only has eyes for Clarice. That's why I try to eat breakfast as quickly as possible to give them some alone time.
ああ、私はどうしよっかな。余り物同士は嫌だけど、今特に気になってる人いないしな。
Oh man, what should I do? I don't want the leftovers. I don't even have anyone in mind. I wonder if also, because Clarice just said she's going to prom with someone who also doesn't want anyone serious. If it's Alan, would that even be an option? Could that be possible? Could she have met Alan before and not realized it? This is 6 years ago. Ruki is 19. This is the first year. This might not even be their first year in school. So he would have been 13. Just to put that out there. Just saying.
ラブクラフト先輩とか憧れるけど、結構モテるし、今さら無理だよね。
Lovecraft is nice. He's popular though, so you might have missed out. Huh? Lovecraft. It's a rare family name, so Only one person comes to mind.
あ、そういえばギルって結構モテるんだってね。本人は全部断ってるみたいだけど。
Speaking of which, Gill keeps turning everyone who asks him out down despite his popularity. Oh, so it is Gill. I didn't know he was so well liked. It was the first time I'd heard that Gill was popular. He's never mentioned that even once. Why would he? You live with him. Probably doesn't matter to him, seeing as he only has eyes for Clarice. I'm digesting what she just said. He never mentioned that he's popular. Do people mention that they're popular? Like, just so you know, I'm popular. I've never heard anyone say that before. Either in school or in college. Usually if you're popular, you just are. Only has eyes for Clarice. The prom, huh? Out of all the events at the university, prom feels like the most special. Everyone gets into it. It's not real, though. I wonder how many couples will be created from this event. I just can't wait. I look around to see if I can create new matches from the students around me. Then I notice a gaze from someone near the entrance of the classroom. It's Gill. Oh my gosh. I have a terrible connection in the office. I'll be lurking. That's fair. That's fair. But hopefully work is well for you and does not take too long. I think I might have screenshot this before, but we're gonna run all these words through a translator. Oh, what's up, Gill? For some reason, as soon as he noticed me, he backed away.
あ、いや、その、今、時間平気？
Do you have a moment? Right now? Sure.
じゃあ、ちょっと中庭に行かない？二人で話したいことがあるんだ。
Can you come with me to the courtyard? There's something I want to ask you about. Doesn't sound sus at all. Let's go, Gill. You and me, arm in arm. I'm so scared I put my blanket on my chair sideways. That's a weird thought, but I'm just saying it out loud. Because I want to stretch my legs out, but I don't feel like my legs are going to be covered. What did I do? Okay. The good news, it was on all skip, but it was on skip all red, and I've not read this yet, so it couldn't do it. Which you can't see my blanket, but it also has hearts on it. It's actually from Valentine's Day from last year, and I got it for the couch, but it's cold in here too, and I'm just a big baby, so I walk around like a warm person because I'm always covered in a blanket. All right. I nodded and said goodbye to Clarice and her friends, then I went to the courtyard with Gill. We sat side by side on a bench. Gill was still a little bit standoffish. He hadn't said anything. Gill, is everything okay?
あ、うん。
Are you guys
そ
gonna
うだ
start
よ。
dating now?
ごめん、なんて言おうか悩んでて。
I was just thinking of how best to express myself. Could he be having money problems? Maybe he can't pay the rent. We're sharing our place between 3 people, so when someone can't pay in full, there's always someone there to help out. Sometimes Clarice would overspend, so Gil and I would pick up the slack, but Gil has never been short on rent. Maybe he's embarrassed to admit it. While thinking that, he suddenly turns towards me.
あのさ、プロムって、もう一緒に行く相手決まった？
Have you decided on a prom date? A prom date? No, not yet.
じゃあさ、俺と一緒に行かない？
Then how about we go together? Huh? Me with you?
うん、ダメかな。
Yeah, you don't want to? I can sense Gil's anxiety and see the tentative hope in his eyes. That's why. How can I make a answer in the past? Oh, no, wait, don't do that. Do that again, but here. Yeah. messed up. That was my bad. I forgot. That was where I left. Indirectly ask directly about Clarice. I don't mind, but don't you want to go with Clarice?
えクラリス
Clarice?
いや、でもほら、彼女はもう決まってるっていうか、他の子と行くって言ってたし、そもそも俺は相手にならないだろうしって、そうじゃなくて。
She's already going with someone, plus Clarice wouldn't give me the time of day. Wait, that's not what I meant. The moment I brought it up, Gill started to fidget again. How tragic. He must have been rejected already. Maybe I should leave Clarice out of the conversation. It's okay, Gill. I'll be your prom date. I tried to cheer him up. Gill looked at me with shining eyes.
本当
Really? Yeah.
ありがとう。じゃあ約束だよ。当日、俺と一緒にプロムに行こう。
Let's go to prom together. It'll be a promise. Gill takes my hand and starts enthusiastically shaking it. Does that count because I was direct with like, hey, you don't like me. I thought you like someone else. Where are we at? We're at 50. I know there's like different levels you can get. That might have been a 5. Should I reload? Let's reload. Just in case. Let's see. Yeah, that was a 5. Let's see if there's a better option. What should I do? Clarice crossed my mind and I went quiet. I want to support Clarice so she and Gill can go to prom together. Then again, Clarice said she already found someone.
ダメかな。
You don't want to? Gill looked at me as if he was about to break down crying. Oh, right. Gill must have heard that Clarice found someone. Maybe that's why he looked so heartbroken. That's probably why he asked me out. I suddenly felt sorry for Gill and quickly responded, if you don't mind taking me, then I'd love to.
本当よかった。考え込んでたから気乗りしないのかと思ったよ。
Really? You took so long to answer. I thought you didn't want to.
じゃあ約束だよ。
I promise. Takes my hand, starts to shake it. Interesting. Okay, so that didn't work out at all. Alright, let's reload that one more time. I'm just curious. Because I didn't think the pick I made was right. And it got me heart, so maybe there's more. Plus, with there being multiple options. Indirectly ask about Clarice. I'm also upset that in a Cafe Enchanté, they didn't have an option that was like 20 different options. Gill, I'm curious, but do you have a crush on someone?
え
Huh? Gill's eyes go wide as he looked at me. He started fidgeting, then flashed a smile.
そっか。君も期待してくれてるんだ。俺、頑張るから。
Do you have a crush on one I see? You're expecting it too. I'll do my best. Huh? Sure. Good luck?
じゃあ、当日一緒に行くってことでいいんだよな。
Are you okay with us going together? Wait a minute. Didn't he just say he'll do his best? Maybe he heard that Clarice is going with someone else. You can't go to prom unless you're a couple, so that's probably why he invited me. Alright, if you don't mind.
本当
Of course. Somehow the option I thought wouldn't get me any hearts got me hearts. So that's confusing. All right. You know what I miss? I miss options that I'll skip. Hang on. It is on all skip, then it should have skipped.
よし、よし、あの子とプロムに行ける。
Alright, I get to go to prom with her. Even after arriving home, I was still on cloud 9. She suddenly asked about Clarice, so I got nervous, but in the end, she still said yes. Now we're going to prom together. From my perspective, we're pretty much a couple now.
当日はちゃんとエスコートしなきゃ。それで、最後に告白だ。
Gill is the problem. Gill's the problem. She's an airhead. He literally had to show her how to take a shower. And he thinks asking her to prom means she now understands that he's in love with her, but I can't. I have to put my best foot forward on the day of, and at the end, I'll confess all my feelings to her. Yeah, you didn't confess. You're not a couple. Just the thought of that makes me nervous. I'm confident I know how to properly escort a girl, but I'm nervous to confess my feelings to her. I've never done that. I better make the perfect plan for this. However, there's one thing I realized.
え？俺スーツ持ってきてないじゃん。
I don't have a suit. I quickly go through all my clothes and confirm that yes, I didn't even have a suit. In fact, the one I have is back home.
うわー、どうしよう。こんなことならちゃんと持ってくればよかった。
I mean, I guess if prom's normal in college, you should have known. What should I do? I should have brought it with me when I moved just in case. After all, prom isn't prom without a suit. I didn't think the university would hold a prom, so I left it at home. Oh, so he also agrees that this is uncommon.
普通はハイスクールの時に2回やって終わりだもんな。
Normally, you have prom your junior and senior year. That's it. But Lost York University is known for holding these kind of trendy events for the students. That's why at some point it was suggested to have a college prom. Naturally became a tradition. I had no choice but to buy another suit. However, a quick check in my wallet and I realized I don't have enough to buy one. I have lots of suits back home, so I feel like a waste to buy a new one. Why do you have lots of suits back home? And if you have lots of suits, why didn't you bring one?
でもな、大学入ってから一度も帰ってないし、行きづらいよな。
I haven't gone back home since entering college. It's hard to think of going back now. I didn't run away from home like her, but I still have a lot of issues that made me leave. It would be strange to go back now.
こうなったら、兄さんにお願いするしかないかな。
I might have to ask my older brother for help with this. I'm still on good terms with my older brother, but I'm not sure how comfortable I am asking for help with this.
とにかく夕飯の下ごしらえを先にやっちゃおう。
Anyways, one step at a time. Dinner first. I feel like you should know if you have enough money for a suit. I'm just gonna say it right now. But also, if you have a ton of suits, why didn't you bring just one with you? I rushed into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Meanwhile, I heard their laughter. I look up and see that the door to their room is half open. I feel like I'm... hang on, I got a phone call coming in. 1 second. Someone called out sick. All right. My hair is still wet. Just a reminder. I have, I always refer to it as angel hair. And it's very thin. So when it is wet, it just doesn't look cute. I feel like I'm eavesdropping, which made me feel restless. I went to go close the door, but I paused. It's because they were talking about spending time with lovers.
そう恋人作るんだったらどんな風に過ごしたい？
So, if you got a boyfriend, how would you spend time with him? I think I just want to simply be with him as much as I could. How about you?
私はやっぱり一緒に頑張れる人がいいな。私には夢があるから。
I prefer someone who has my back and will work with me. Actually, I have a dream. Really?
そうなんだ。
Really? I stepped close. I stopped listening and started to move away from the door.
恋人とはできるだけ長い時間一緒にいたいか。
Is this why he decides to ruin his life? By the way, this is my lotion. It's called Mary Cookie. It's from Christmas time. It has a deer on it, and the deer has ornaments in its hair. And I like it because there was another thing that was made by the same... Not made by the same. That's from the same collection that had a bunny on it, and I wanted it because it had a bunny. But apparently they made a bunch of different designs, and so that was what they had on the little lotion. Which is still fine for me because my middle name is Little Fawn, so I was like, still me. I'm a bunny and a deer. I'm a jackalope, you see. So she just wants to spend time with her boyfriend. She doesn't have one yet.
彼女、前は一緒に頑張りたいって言ってたと思ったけれど、きっと恋人と友達では違うんだな。
Previously, I thought she said she wanted someone to work hard with. I guess it's different depending on the person. In that case, we're a lot closer than I previously thought. I also wanted to just enjoy being around my girlfriend. I couldn't help but smile at getting a bit of insight into her values for the first time. Actually, I'm even more happy to know that she actually thinks about her boyfriend and about boyfriends and romance. She always talks about matchmaking everyone else and never about herself.
でも彼女が恋人とは長い時間一緒にいたいとなると、やっぱり激務の仕事はないよな。
I'm gonna go with I don't believe in fate. Is that gonna be the right word? Fate or destiny? When it comes to relationships, I do think that there's someone you can find that's gonna fit your style and the way you are and a person. But if you try to make yourself fit into that person's mold and you're not already gonna fit in that mold, then you are either going to break yourself in the process, or they're just going to not be interested in you because you are no longer that person you were when they started to enjoy your time. And it's a very fine line. And I think Gill is a very great example of someone who decided that he wanted to fit into someone else's mold that he was not made for, and he inadvertently doesn't like himself anymore because of it. I'm also very dry after I take a shower, by the way. My hands are just like they're not happy with me. If she likes spending time with her boyfriend, then it'd be bad to be super busy all the time. I haven't thought about my own future, but if that's what she desires most, then I absolutely want to put my relationship before my job.
別に特にやりたいこともないし、やっぱ俺フリーでやっていこう。その方がそばにいられるもんな。よし、よし。
He is also jumping hurdles that he's not even like. He's like watching her through a window and like going like, look what I've done for you, but she can't see him because it's one pane. So yeah, he's messed up. Hiccups again. I don't have a particular passion, so I'll just become a freelancer. That would let me have enough time for her. Yeah. Tomorrow I should start thinking about what kind of job I can do in that role.
何がいいかな。あ、文字書くの好きだし、ライターとかやってみたいな。
Maybe writing. After all, I like writing, so maybe I could become a freelance writer.
ああ、雑誌の編集とかの仕事もあるよな。エディターって言うんだっけ？ちょっと後で調べてみようっと。
Alternatively, I could become a magazine. Hang on, I opened a window to double check something because I mean, he is in college. I can't argue that he could become that, but like, you're in college. What were you in college for? I could become a magazine editor. I'll research that line of work later. I could work from home, always by her side. That would be my ideal life. Problematic. And you don't even know you're problematic. You just think you're being adorable like that. I haven't confessed my feelings to her yet, but I can't help but think about our future together, says the man not in a relationship at all. I don't have any dreams I want to chase. The only thing I want the only thing I want is to be with her. I've already forgotten about the issues with getting a suit. Instead, I started humming as I prepared dinner. That was so fun! She closed the app that we were using until just a bit ago. That was so neat. I didn't think there'd be an app where you exchange voices. How about AI? What's happening?
面白いでしょ？最近ダイナーキューティーで流行ってるの。
Oh, okay. Okay. So what you're saying is that is Leah's thought, not her thought. Haha. It's fun, isn't it? It's all the rage at the cutie diner. Clarice's voice was switched with mine. Mine was switched to sound like hers. Think of all the pranks we could play with this.
そうそう。口説いてくるお客さんがいたら、からかうのにぴったりなの。
It's perfect for teasing flirty customers. I can't wait to use it against them. There you go, thinking naughty of things. Alright. Oh, cool. Okay. There you go, thinking naughty things.
業務中に口説いてくるのが悪いのよ。
Well, it's his fault for trying to hit on me during my shift. Clarice giggles while waving her phone around. I look at the app icon while lying in bed and think about the conversation from earlier. Spending time with my boyfriend, even though that was said with my voice, Clarice's way of thinking is charming. Besides considering that, I still think Gill is a perfect match for her. Gill's so serious and so caring. If Clarice says she wants to spend time with him, I'm sure he would indulge her. Besides, Gill likes Clarice. He was so sad he couldn't go to the prom with her. Plus, he's always following Clarice with his gaze. But what's most important here is Clarice's feelings. She might even like Gill too. I look at Clarice while thinking about that. If I aimed my Cupid bow at her, I could check their compatibility, but for now, I have to rely on my own instincts instead. It might be convenient, but I need to prove the power of humanity. I can't use my powers. As the real deal Cupid, I want the people closest to me to find love first. Clarice keeps trying to get me to date someone, but her love life is more important. After all, Clarice will always be the human. Oh gosh. After all, Clarice will always be in the human realm. One day, I'll have to return to Celestia. Eventually. Now, the real question is, do they age in the real world and they go back to their regular age when they go back to Celestia? A few days later, the day of the prom arrived. This is one heck of a flashback. My brother managed to get me a suit from back home. Anxiously, I checked my appearance numerous times.
ついにプロムか。ああ、緊張するな。
Night's finally here. I'm getting so nervous. I heard from Clarice that this is her first prom. I have a lot of responsibility on my shoulders. I thought about how to properly escort her to the dance, but... Gill, are you ready to go? When I saw her all dressed up, every bit of nervousness I felt left my body. She looked like an angel. Like a Cupid.
かわいい。
So beautiful. I mumbled that under my breath, and her face lights up with genuine joy. Really? I've never worn a dress like this, so I was really nervous. Thank you, Gill. You look wonderful yourself.
お、本当？ああ、嬉しいな。じゃあ、行こっか。
Really? Thank you. Shall we go? Yes. The prom was being held in the university gymnasium. Already there were tons of couples in attendance. Wow, this is a prom. It's absolutely wonderful. The entire gym smelled like confections. Couples were joyfully dancing. I noticed that her eyes lit up with pure joy at the sight.
本当にこの子、初めて来たんだ。
You taught her how to use a washing machine. And to wash dishes. Are you really surprised? She wasn't kidding about this being her first time. Just like when we first became roommates, her shining eyes made my heart leap.
ほら、一緒に踊ろう。
Come on, let's dance. Actually, where's our flowchart? I know there's a bad ending coming soon. Yeah, look at that. We could get a bad ending right here. There is choices here, so it could be a simple bad ending. And this is the bad ending before the good ending, so. Come on, let's dance. For sure. You got it. I take her hand and join the crowd of dancing couples. My heart skips a beat when I saw how small her fingers were. It's not the first time I've held hands with a girl. In fact, I've held hands with her a few times before. Yet for some reason, holding her hand now makes me feel a bit restless. Of all the hands I've held before, hers feels the warmest and the most petite. She's just a stalker. I want to protect this lovely hand. Her small size only made me feel that even more. I was still fumbling and stumbling, but somehow I managed to lead our dance. Then she stepped on my foot.
いた。
Ow. Oh my gosh, sorry, Gill.
いや、大丈夫だよ。君に踏まれるのだってもはやご褒美だし。ってそうじゃなくて、君こそ平気？
No, it's all right. In fact, I wouldn't mind if you stepped on me once more. Wait, no. Are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. Hey, Gill, I just realized something that might be kind of important.
何？
What's that? I've never danced with someone before.
え、一度も？ミドルスクールの時とかは？
Wait, what? Not even once? Not even in middle school? God, sounds like being a god is boring. Her gaze drifted away from mine as she looked for the right words. When she spoke, her voice was so faint. Actually, my father forbade me from dancing and anything too involved.
そうだったんだ。
Wow, harsh. I don't like that face. I knew that she was sheltered, but that was a lot. Maybe she was kept from having fun for her own safety.
つまりプロムだけじゃなくて誰かと踊るのも俺が初めてってこと？
So this is not only her first prom, but the first time she's ever danced with a man. Of course, that would make me happy. I feel so hyped to have such a great duty. I'll do my best to guide her.
じゃあ、俺が教えるよ。大丈夫。すぐにできるようになるよ。
Well, then I'll teach you how to dance. Don't worry, you'll pick up quickly. Thank you, Gill. She gave me her usual sweet, innocent smile. As always, she placed her trust in my hands. And as always, she's so adorable. She's still my baby bird. I'd take her hand and start dancing.
One, two, three. 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
その調子。すごく上手だよ。
That's it. There you go. See, you're getting the hang of it. Are you teasing me?
ほら、俺に身を委ねて。音楽を聴きながら、こうやって。
Not at all. Just let me guide you. Listen to the music. Just do it like this. Prom might be a dance, but it's not only for dancing. We're here to enjoy ourselves, which is most important tonight. I say that to her while guiding her through the dance steps. Soon she starts to enjoy the dance much more. So next, do you like this?
そうそう、バッチリだよ。
Perfect, excellent move. And he's just teaching her like the Macarena. And he's like, and you got it. You're doing it. And she's like, oh my God, I'm doing it. It's great. And just the Macarena. I spun her around and caught her in my arms. Then I nodded and she gave me a great big smile.
ああ、もう、かわいいな。
So heckin' cute. If it was clear that she loves dancing, I couldn't help but share her joy.
しかもドレス姿のこの子、天使みたいだし。
When she's dressed like that, she looks just like an angel. I can't help myself. I'm absolutely totally in love with her. She's so cute. She's so absolutely cute. I can't look away from her. Prom is so much fun, Gill. Unlike me, she's a pro at having fun. She lives life to the fullest. I'm always too worried about the minutia. To relax. Minutia? No. Something. That's why she shines so bright in my eyes. She's so cute. She's easy to love. I want to be with her forever. I want to protect her for the rest of my life. All my thoughts are about her. She was the only one I could see until prom ended. This is giving ill, but ill was at least sweet about it. Like, he didn't realize. He's like, I'm obsessed. He didn't understand. We enjoyed dancing and eating until the event ended. On the way home, we were finally alone with one another. That was so fantastic, wasn't it, Gill?
そうだね。
Yeah, it was. She was all I could focus on during the prom. She captured me with her cuteness, but I still had an important mission. The time has come. It's after prom. That means it's time for the promposal. Who met promposal is when you ask them to prom. Not after. That is what a promposal is. A promposal is going, go to prom with me, and then they go, yes. That's a promposal. This is not a prom. Promposal is not after a prom. It's pre-prom, not post-prom. We were walking along with nowhere to go but home. Nowhere but home to get. Yet that was the only thing on my mind.
どうやって言おう。
What do I say to her? I could say, I want to make soup for you every day. That's cheesy. How about simply, will you marry me?
いやいや、結婚はさすがに飛ばしすぎだろう。
Oh, wait, record scratch. Marriage is skipping too many steps.
こういうのはシンプルが一番だよ。彼女に言いたい言葉は。
It's best to keep it straightforward and simple here. So what is it that I want to say to her? Gill. She glanced at my face. In that moment, my mind went blank, and suddenly I embraced her. sounded so surprised by my hug, yet I can't let her go. Yes, you can. I wrap my arms around her and squeeze her tightly. A sweet fragrance tickles my nose. It's not a perfume. It's the lingering scent of her shampoo. The one that I picked out for her because she's a baby bird.
好きだ。
I love you so much. She has so much trust in me. That's why she's my precious, adorable girl.
俺が君をずっと守るから。
Leah, I'll always protect you. Oh, Gill. She giggled softly near my ear and wrapped her arms around me as well. Wonderful. Thank you for everything, Gill.
あ
Is this, in other words,
両思い。
does she feel the same way as I do? This has to be it. I said I'll protect her and she expressed her gratitude. Now I can protect her for the rest of my life. That's right. Back then, Gill promised to protect me. In that moment, I felt like I found my family. That made me feel so happy. Families protect one another. Perhaps that's why Gill felt so like an older brother, you know, like someone who helps you learn to do things, that takes care of you. Gill looked after me from the moment I came to the human realm. Until Gill's graduation, I never understood that I shouldn't have taken him so for granted. I never considered why he took care of me. Instead, I just assumed that it was because he was a nice person. I never thought to consider Gill's feelings, but now I have a chance to make things right. Then could it be? I looked towards Gill while still confused at everything. When I put my hand on his arm, he gasped and nearly leapt away.
ごめん。俺、その。
Sorry, I don't know what came over me. I can see that Gill looks thoroughly embarrassed. His face is red. He's from ear to ear. He looks at me with watery eyes.
ごめん。
I'm sorry. He averts his gaze. After turning around, he runs away. Gill, we're supposed to have dinner. Aren't you hungry? I was left standing alone. I think this was the first time I understood how Gill felt. However, he left before I could be sure. I put my hand over my heart and realized that it was racing. This has never happened to me before. I should focus on Gill. He said that he would protect me. I didn't realize it at the time, but was Gill confessing his feelings to me? Being embraced in a sign of love? Of course, that can include familial love too. But Gill's embrace was different this time. It was the kind of hug to give to your family member. It wasn't the kind of hug I'd give to a family member. Could it really be true? Maybe Clarice was right. Maybe Gill liked me. If that were true, then I'm the cause of Gill becoming the lovelorn parasite. Hold the phone. You have got to be kidding me. My heart was still pounding as I looked in the direction Gill ran off in. I was still standing outside. I had forgotten to go back inside. I was still feeling dazed. I was running. Before I knew it, I had arrived at Lost York University once again. It's a repeat of our prom night. It feels like I'm reliving the past. But coming back to campus won't turn back time. The prom is already said and done. Plus, I have dragged around my rejection for 2 years. Even on the day that I finally decided to get over myself, I still couldn't do anything.
ああ、もう何やってるんだよ、俺。
What am I doing? Why didn't I tell her how I felt back then? I embraced her, but nothing changed. I just felt so pitiful.
だって、あの子が来てくれたから嬉しくて。
I was just so happy that she even came. Because of that, I got ahead of myself and hugged her. But she got embarrassed and blushed. That tension felt so awkward that I just had to run away. I mean, I feel that
きっ
vibe.
とお腹空かせてるよね。夕飯の待ち合わせしてたんだし。ああ。
I'm sure she feels hungry right now. After all, this was supposed to be a dinner date. I had imagined going home to our life together, making dinner for us in our life together. Yet that made me feel worse. That's why I'm horrible. That's why she won't ever notice my feelings. That's why I'm destined to be the love-lorn parasite.
でも、 顔を赤くしてたってことは、俺を男だと意識してくれるようになったってこ
But
と
if
だ
she
よな。
blushed, does that mean that she finally sees me as a real man? When I finished embracing her, she returned it with such an innocent smile when I first even. I assumed that was her first answer and felt elated. But now I see that she didn't think of me in that way at all.
それだってのに、俺は当時全然分かってなくて、両思いだと思い上がって付き合ってるんだって勘違いして。
At the time, I thought that our feelings were mutual and assumed we would start dating immediately. Then I gave my heart and soul for her. Literally? Just like that.
ねえねえ、カフェオレとコーヒーとエスプレッソ全部入れておいたよ。どれが飲みたい？好きなの選んで。
Hey, I made cafe au lait, black coffee, and espresso. Take your pick. You can have any you want.
いいから、君は何もしないでゴロゴロしてて。俺が掃除も洗濯も家事も買い物も全部やるってば。買ってきてほしいものがあったら言って。
Oh, don't worry. You just relax. I'll take care of everything around here. Your wish is my command. Wink, 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 wink.
君は歩かなくていいんだよ。俺がおんぶして連れてってあげるから。ほら、どうぞ。
You don't want to walk anymore? I'll carry you wherever we go. Come on, jump on my back.
あ、パレードが見れない？じゃあ俺ここで台になっておくから。ほら、俺を踏み台にして背中に乗って。
You can't see the parade? Step on me. I'll be your stepping stool so you can see the perfect view. I dedicated my entire life to her, but that only brought trouble. Because I tried to solve even the smallest problem, she always looked irritated. She would tell me that she wasn't a child. Still, I wanted to do everything I could for her. I wanted to take care of her as much as possible. Because of that, we started to have more and more disagreements. I started to become worried that she hated me. When I told her we're not going to be roommates anymore, she didn't react. That was proof that my feelings weren't mutual.
あの子のことをもっと深く理解していれば、彼女が自分の恋愛に無頓着だってことは分かってたはずなのにな。
If only I had read the room and understood her better, I would have realized that she had no interest in her own love life. In the end, I never really saw her for who she really was. I only saw what I wanted. That's why I missed my chance with her.
でも、
Not just
赤
that.
くなった彼女、可愛かったな。
Even if you did realize that, you still wouldn't have ended up together, Gill. Sometimes few people just don't get together. She looked so darn cute when she blushed. It was the first time she had that expression. That's why I thought I had a chance. This time I won't mess up.
せっかく少しは男として意識してもらえたかもしれないんだ。逃げ出さないで。ちゃんと言わなきゃ。
She might actually see me as an equal and a man now. I have to be resolute and tell her my feelings. Otherwise, I'll be the lovelorn parasite until I die. I look up at the university. Things haven't changed since I was a student, but I pray to God that I can still win her heart. A good God-given opportunity. Gil, you're going to leave?
うん。君には俺のことが必要なさそうだからさ。
Yeah, you don't really need me anymore. Need you? What do you mean by that?
俺が出るって言っても引き止めないんだろ？出て行ってほしくないとかないの？
Even if I left, you're not going to try and stop me, right? Do you even want me around? What? I mean, it's your life. You can do whatever you want, Gil.
そっか。その程度だったんだ。
I see. So that's all I am to you. Huh?
よくわかったよ。俺が一方的に勘違いしてたバカな男だったってことはさ。
Honestly, you're getting mad at her without ever actually confessing. You never actually said you liked her. You never actually asked her what she wanted. You never actually got any confirmation. So you being the lovelorn parasite, she didn't break up with you. You were never dating. I hear you loud and clear. Sincerely, me assuming things. I'm such an idiot. Uh-huh. Clarice was eating breakfast while mindlessly watching the
Next
news.
in the news, LCI Inc. presented the latest car model at the International Auto Show held in Baltimore.
Baltimore.
Gee?
Gee. I wonder what Gill is doing now. I wasn't able to sleep much since that incident. I thought about it constantly all through the night. I reflected on why Gill embraced me and why he promised to protect me. It kept me up until morning. Gill did hug me yesterday. On top of that, he hugged me at our meeting place where we wanted to talk. Even though it was an hour late, Gill still waited for me. Then he hugged me there. If a member told me about a similar situation, I would immediately assure her that the man in question loves her. I kept thinking about that all yesterday. Honestly, it reminded me of when Gill left our roommate situation. Back then, I didn't understand why he was so angry. But now I understand. He felt that I didn't reciprocate his feelings and was shocked by it. What do I do?
大丈夫？さっきからずっとオートミールかき混ぜてばっかりだけど。
You okay?
何かあった？
You've been playing with your oatmeal. Did something happen? Huh? Oh, yeah, Clarice, she's the one I thought Gil had feelings for. But Clarice said that Gil liked me the entire time. We even made a bet on it. Clarice must have a reason why she truly thinks Gil likes her. That's why I decided to ask her outright. Hey, Clarice, about Gil.
あ、その顔は。ふふん、ようやくあなたも自覚したってとこかしら？
I know that face. You finally realized I'm right. It's more like, I wanna ask, do you really think Gil likes me?
当然よ。だってギルったらバレバレなんだもん。
Duh, of course. It's so obvious with a guy like Gil. But you should like a girl like you, Clarice. At least that's what I thought. He was always looking at you in college. He's just himself when we're alone, but he always started fidgeting when all of us share breakfast together. That's why I thought he liked you and wanted to be with you.
朝ごはんの時？ああ、確かにあの時のギルは不審だったよね。
During breakfast.
でもあれ、あなたのことで悩んでたのよ。
Yeah, he had got all weird back then, but it's absolutely because of you. Me? Why me?
それがね、ギルってば、あなたとのちょっとエッチな夢ばっか見てたっていうのよ。
Girl, it's because Gil was having wet dreams about you. Excuse me? Wet dreams. Dreams about sex. I stood up in shock and surprise upon hearing Clarice utter that unexpected phrase. What do you mean by that?
思春期男子ってほんと若いわよね。なんでかわからないけれど、私が家にいる晩ばっかりそういう夢見てたんだって。
Boys in the mindset of puberty are always like this. I don't know why, but he always had those dreams every night I was home.
それで私、前に一度、変な葉巻とかハーブとかお香とかやってない？なんて言われたもの。
He asked me one time if I was getting high or was using some weird incense.
私が部屋でそういうお香を焚いてるから、私がいる晩だけエロい夢見るんじゃって思ったみたい。失礼しちゃうわ。
I always use incense in my room, so me simply being there was enough to trigger those dreams. Rude, am I right? What? That happened?
そう。つまり、私がそばにいるからそわそわしてたんじゃなくて、あなたの夢を見たから挙動不審だったのよ、ギルは。
Yeah. He wasn't fidgeting because of you or of me. Jill was acting weird because he was having some very sexy dreams about you. But what should I do? My only reasoning for thinking Gil was in love with Clarice was gone. Then does that really truly mean? Could it really be true that I'm the one Gil likes?
本気で気づいてなかったのね。
You really didn't notice, huh? Of course not. I thought that Gill liked you this whole time, Clarice. I never considered him liking me. I never thought anyone would ever fall for someone like me. Plus, I'm Cupid. My existence is solely to help others fall in love. It never occurred to me that I would be the one to be
こ
loved.
れだからキューピッドパラサイトちゃんなのよ、あなたは。これからは当事者意識を持ちなさい。
That's why you're called Cupid Parasite. It's the name of the game. You need to get it through your thick head that you're a part of this too. Right?
でもどうして気づいたの？ギルに何かされた？
So, what made you finally realize Gil's feelings? Did he do something to you? Huh? No. You, you got it all wrong. He didn't do anything. Well, except... Huh? I remember what happened and feel my ears burning up. If Gil truly likes me, then all of his actions until now have an entirely different meaning to them. Back then, and that time as well. Clarice, what should I do? If Gil really likes me, then I treated him terribly.
まあそうなるわよね。
I mean, you said it, not me. Clarice, what do I do? I didn't think Gil likes me. When did this even happen?
私がこの家に転がり込んできた時はまだ普通だったと思うのよね。いいお兄さんって感じで。
When I rolled into our living situation, he was pretty chill about it, like a big brother, you know? Yeah, exactly.
そうそう。ギルってばあなたの面倒に明け暮れてたから兄と妹みたいな二人だなって思ってたわ。でもそれからだんだんギルがぎこちなくなって。
Gil was constantly looking after you, so I thought you had a sibling kind of dynamic, but then he got all weird about things.
あ、ってことはもしかして夢がきっかけ？
Could it have been because of his dreams? What is that? Is that a possibility? If dreams were all it takes to trigger love, what's the point of Cupid anyways?
恋愛なんてそんなものじゃない。勘違いから始まって本当の愛になっちゃうの。シェイクスペアのお得意技よ。
Isn't that always how love starts? First, there's a misunderstanding, then things get real. Shakespeare loved that stuff. It's true that classic stories often start with love at first sight. I learned that fact from the movies in college. But what if all of this is still just a misunderstanding? I was still being pessimistic about everything. Clarice sighed in my
何
direction.
バカなこと言ってるのよ。きっかけはそれであれ、ギルは本気であなたを好きになっちゃったの。
What are you going on about? Gil fell for you. Doesn't matter how it started.
気づいたなら逃げるのはやめて、きちんと向き合って受け止めてあげなさい。
Now that you realize Gil's feelings, stop running away, be an adult, face them, and accept the facts. Right. I don't want to be an adult. It would be so awkward if I met him right now. What do I do? I sigh while continuing to eat my breakfast. Things were good until I turned towards the TV. Gil was being featured. I spat out every bit of food.
Today's Funny News の本日のトピックはこちら。6番街のアパートで起きた謎の異臭騒ぎです。
TFN, can I interview for today's funny news? Today's funny news. This TV show introduced funny happenings from around Los York. TFN reporter, welcome to Today's Funny News. Our topic of the day, it's the mysterious stench from a 6th Avenue apartment.
このアパートの住人の方にお話を聞いてみようと思います。
We're
はい、こん
live
に
with
ちは。
the
ご
resident.
機嫌いかがですか？
How are you doing?
こんにちは。 急に異臭騒ぎで家を追い出されちゃって参っちゃいました。
Hello. I got chased out of my own apartment. I'm not sure what to do now.
家を追い出された。そんなに強い匂いなんですか？
Chased out? Oh my, was the stench that bad?
ああ、というよりは匂いの発生源がわからないから急遽改築することになったみたいで。
Well, we didn't know where the smell was coming from, then decided to do an emergency renovation.
まあもともと改築するかもって話自体はあったんですけど、それが早まっちゃって、これからどうしようかな。
There was talk about renovating the whole building, but now they're moving up the schedule. Looks like I'm out of a home.
それは災難ですね。匂いの発生源がわからないとのことですが、どんなタイプの匂いでした？
That's too bad. So you said you don't know where the horrible smell is coming from? What did it smell like? Can you describe it?
なんだろう。発酵臭みたいな感じかな。刺激臭っていうか。
Feels like something fermented. It's just a really pungent odor.
なるほど。お話ありがとうございました。このように住民の皆さんは異臭騒ぎで急遽アパートを追い出され困っているようです。
I see. Well, thank you for talking with us. As you can see, this poor resident has been forced to the streets by that foul stench.
早期解決に向け、これから業者が入り、異臭の原因を突き止めるということですが、建物の老朽化から調査も難航していることで、
It appears the contractors are headed in to resolve the situation. However, because of the building's age, it'll be tough.
今のギルだったわよね。
Was that Gill? Yeah, it was. We look at each other, then Clarice burst into laughter.
ちょっと異臭騒ぎでアパート追い出されるってギル運なさすぎ。
Now he's getting chased out of his apartment because it reeks. Gill has the worst luck. Clarice, don't be mean. You can't laugh at his misfortune like that.
だってさ、幸薄いなって思っちゃって。異臭騒ぎで改築か。連絡してあげたら？
I always thought Gill was particularly unlucky, but he went from smelly problem to home renovation. Why don't you message him? Me?
こんな時に好きな人から連絡が来たら励まされるじゃない？
Yeah, having a girl like you comfort him would probably cheer him up. Clarice grins mischievously. I don't have a rebuttal to that wicked smile. I was feeling guilty for not even noticing Gill's feelings towards me. If only it was a simple misunderstanding. But then I remembered that Clarice said and reflected on Gill's reactions. If I don't reach out, I'll just be running away. I gave in and finally took out my phone. I remembered that I had forgotten to charge it since that incident. How did you wake up today, girl? My phone alarm is how I wake up. So much stuff happened yesterday, but I am on the late shift today, so I can charge my smartphone ahead of time. I insert the charger into my phone and set it aside. The screen lights up. A ton of message notifications start popping up. What?
何これ怖っ。どうしたの？
Going on? This is pretty intense. I promised to meet Gil last night, but work got on the way and my phone died too, so I couldn't tell him I was going to be late. Gil was probably trying to contact me since I hadn't shown. Speaking of which, did you see him waiting outside?
昨日は私会社から直接泊まりに行っちゃったのよね。だからギルは見なかったわ。
I spent the night elsewhere and went straight from there to the office. I didn't see Gil at all. I see. That's probably made Gil fret even more. My smartphone is still pinging with message notifications. All of them are from Gil. It's our date today. I was so excited that I woke up early today. Where do you want to go for dinner? I'll check out in advance. It's 59 minutes before our date, but I'm here and ready when you are. I'm just going to take some time to think about some things, so take your time. Are you still at work? I'd love to hear about your day. These simple messages start to sound more and more worried. He even started asking if I was in an accident.
これのせいで充電切れたんじゃない？
Maybe this is the reason why your phone died. Good point. There were already loads of messages ahead of the meeting time, so Clary's suggestion might be right.
はあ、ギルのことかわいそうって一瞬思ったけれど、やっぱり勘違いだわ。これは自業自得ね。このメールの量、尋常じゃないわ。
I briefly felt sorry for Gill, but immediately take that back. This is all his fault. Who sends this many messages? Oh my god.
チーン。
Gee. Peter, it's okay. The message kept piling in. She has a vicious, disgusted look. Every single thing Gill says feels like another weight on my back. That's the fate of the lovelorn parasite. If I was to blame for this, I would have to face him as both advisor and friend. Once the notifications go silent, I reach out to Gill. For now, I watch as the notifications continue one after another.
ここもダメか。
This is no good again. I was walking around 6th Avenue looking for realtors, and with any available rental properties, I heave a heavy sigh. After the stench incident, I was chased out of my apartment due to the renovations. Now I'm looking for a temporary place to live. Lost York is a popular city, which is why the rent is too damn high. There are some relatively cheaper places on 6th Avenue, but naturally there's no vacancies. Even still, the rent rates are high, and many require a roommate situation.
今住んでるアパートは古いけれど雰囲気良くて暮らしやすくて気に入ってたんだけどな。
I'm gonna see if I had another note from work just because. My apartment might be old, but it's got a good atmosphere, and it's a nice place to live. I really liked it there. But the landlord kicked me out for the next month until the renovations are finished. It's hard to disagree as a
たま
renter.
にこれだってところがあってもフリーのエディターだからって断られるし。
Sometimes I find a nice place, but they immediately say no when they find out I'm a freelance editor. Being a freelancer means I have irregular income and no safety nets. They're always worried that I won't make rent. But I've never missed rent, so I thought things would be okay, but the realtors said weren't convinced.
本当俺、社会的信用が全然ないんだな。
I guess to them I don't have enough of a social reputation. They can't trust me. I heaved yet another sigh as I continue my search.
そういえば、ルームシェアをやめた後もこうやって苦労したっけ？
To think of it, when I stopped rooming with them, I had the same problem. Back when I was rooming with the girls, I was just a student. My brother was my, I know what the word is, guarantor, so I didn't have any worries. Person that took care of me. But after graduation, I left my living situation and tried to find my own place. That caused me a lot of problems. I'm honestly surprised you didn't find another roommate situation. Just like back then, I'm always forlorn, especially right now. Sigh. On that day, I was looking at the cafe. I was working at the cafe and I was sighing a lot too. It had been a month since I started living alone. During that time, I became painfully aware of my naivety.
仕事を取ってくるのってこんなに大変なんだな。
I never thought finding work would be this hard. Also, just the sheer fact that even after he decided that he wasn't gonna live with them anymore and moved out on his own, which he didn't have to do, that was a choice. It was also his apartment that they were staying in. Technically, he was on the lease, I would assume. Question mark, question mark, question mark. He still wants to be a freelance editor when he had chosen that job for her specifically. I never thought finding work would be this hard. Thanks to my fellow alumni and freelance editing site, I was getting some work, but because I lacked experience, it wasn't much. But that's why I took every chance I could get. I couldn't afford to be picky when there were bills to pay. I still working as an editor is quite fun. It feels like I'm helping others. It feels like my calling. But I got a wake-up call while working as an editor for a marriage magazine. Really, it was a reminder of my goal. I chose this job so I could find time for my girlfriend. But with no girlfriend to speak of, I started to feel insecure.
それに稼ぎもあんまり良くないし。
Plus, the pay isn't great either. Yeah, I guess you should have been a career person. I was given small jobs, and back when I was still living with her, constantly had to ask her for money to pay rent. Back when I was a student, I never had that problem, but now I needed all the help I could get. In the end, I ran away from her.
それに結局俺彼女と両思いでも何でもなかったし。
That's okay, we weren't really in love anyways. You're correct. She was not in love with you. When I asked her out, she said she was happy for the attention, but I wouldn't get a girlfriend if I kept pursuing her. Because of that, she never thought of me as an actual boyfriend. It was just my own misunderstanding. As always, I was jumping to conclusions. I had thought we were in love, but after I found out the truth, I felt so embarrassed. After knowing that she loved me like a brother, it made it even more awkward for me to be around her. I'm sure she didn't understand why I felt I left our home. However, Clarice probably gets it.
それで俺はエディターとしてビッグになって稼ぎができたら彼女にまた告白しようって思ってたんだけど。
If I make a name for myself as an editor, then I would confess my feelings to her. But reality is harsh. I can barely survive on my own. All I could do was work myself to the bone with every job I can take.
はあ。
I can't do it. I can't move on. My feelings for her are still just as strong. But she doesn't feel the same. Not back then, not now, not ever. In her eyes, I'm not even a man. I'm just being vain by continuing to be in love with her.
でもダメだよ。一度好きになったら俺はずっと好きになっちゃう。
I can't stop. In my heart, I decided to be in love with her for the rest of my life. I glanced at my computer screen and see parts of the marriage magazine article I'm editing. I see phrases like, "Don't be overbearing," or "No one likes men who trash their ex." The writer for this is pretty harsh.
愛が重い男はダメか。しょうがないじゃないか。俺だってできることなら普通に愛したいよ。
Don't be overbearing. I can't help it though. I wish I could hold back when it comes to love. But I want to do everything for the person I love. I don't want to hold back. I just want to think of them always. But I'm still not even seen as a man. Plus, there's no one to direct my overbearing love towards.
とにかく今は仕事だ。しばらくは仕事に生きるって決めたんだから。
Back to work, I choose to focus on getting things done for a while. In order to be independent, I need to make a living. If I can't do that, then I can't support a partner. I turned my attention back to the magazine. I dropped the word marriage from my mind. That word is just too much for me right now. Also, I like you or I like you is too much for you. I tried to focus solely on work. Then one day I realized that I was always chasing after her shadow. I can see the fog in my breath in the cold night air. It was rather chilly night for Lost York. It was even snowing. I was alone with only the sky for company.
今日は珍しく寒いな。ロサンヨークで雪を見るなんて初めてだよ。
It rarely gets this cold. I've never seen snow in Lost York before either. I should head home early and make some stew for dinner. Luckily, work is going well, so my wallet's pretty happy. I could splurge and buy some beef. I could even get some new clothes. The supermarket nearby closes early, so I hurry over. While walking, I realized something. saw lots of couples walking around town. There were holiday decorations all around me too. I realized today was Christmas.
Oh.
I see all the passionate couples holding hands while walking around. They seem so happy as they look into shop windows and eat at restaurants. Their smiles are all around. The scene before me is what I wish I had.
俺だって彼女がいれば
Only I had a girlfriend. Then I could give her the perfect holiday. I'd spend all day preparing Christmas dinner, and I'd even prep a surprise gift. I long to cook for my beloved. I want to pick up the perfect gift for her. I want to embrace them and wait for them hand and foot, all of that for my precious person. Thanks to a year of hard work, I made good money. I had my pick of all the best presents, yet I have no one to give it to. I have a desire to caretake, but no matter what, I can't find an outlet. I didn't think these feelings would be so painful. I look at the couples in front of me and run away. I run and run and run. All the way to college, lol. By the time I realized it, I'm in front of Los York's famous Cupid Corporation. I saw it in a special feature on a marriage magazine I edited. They're an incredibly successful matchmaking agency. I look up at the shiny building. At the top are our wedding dresses and a word Cupid in big, bold letters. Cupid, will you find me my true love?
俺もここに行けば好きな子をまた見つけられるのかな
If I come here, will I be able to finally find someone I can love? I meet a lot of people as a freelancer, but it's never in a romantic context. Every person I meet is a fellow colleague or connection. In actuality, my work is quite solitary. In truth, I want Leah. I've known that for years, but she wouldn't reciprocate my feelings.
友達にもそういえば婚活やったらって言われてたっけ
What should my friends say if I... Oh goodness. What would my friends say if they knew I was at some matchmaking company? I can see my breath fog up in the cold air. How happy would I be if there was someone warming my side on nights like this? But if I can't get her to notice me as myself, then I would have to find new love. But is that what I really want? I'm still so in love with her. Why don't I just go visit her? I can try and confess my feelings one more time. What if she outright rejects me? What if Leah already has someone? That thought is terrifying. My heart would never recover from the shock. I'd rather run away than confront that possibility. That's a sign that you shouldn't be in a relationship if you are so worried that if the person you never dated might have a boyfriend now, that you wouldn't be able to cope.
大丈夫きっとまた新しく好きな子ができたら今度こそ彼女と家族みたいになれる
That's
彼
alright.
女のいいお兄さんでいてあげられる
If I find someone new, then I can finally be Leah's family. I can finally be the brother she deserves. That's why I decided to join Cupid Corps. I'll forget my unrequited love and find someone new.
それだったのに結局一度も彼女以上に好きになれる子には会えなかったんだよな
And yet I never met anyone who surpassed my love for her. When I first signed up, the advisor introduced me to someone compatible via their patented matchmaking system. But it was no use. Every match just reaffirmed how much I was still in love with her. I started to become afraid of meeting new people. In the end, I even lost interest in any of my recommended matches.
それで気がつけば失恋パラサイトなんて呼ばれてたんだよな
Before I realized it, they started calling me the lovelorn parasite. Looking back, it's the perfect name for someone like me. But thanks to that, I was able to meet her again. It was all because she was in charge of the Parasite 5.
そういえば大学の頃に彼女ここに入りたいって言ってたもんな。
Oh, so he does remember this is what she wanted to do for a living. Speaking of advisors, she wanted to join Cupid Corps back in college. I left before I could see her get hired. In the end, I never found out where she went. That's why I was so shocked to see her at Cupid Corps.
おかげで俺はもっとダメダメになっちゃったけど。
I'm more worse off than the last time we met. I couldn't hold it back anymore. My feelings for her made me realize she's the only one for me.
でも再会できてよかったよ。ずっと宙ぶらりんなままだったから。
I'm glad I saw her again. I had stagnated. I saw a message notification pop up on my phone. It snagged me out of my daydream. Snapped even. I wondered if it was the work message. Gasping, I nearly dropped my phone. It was a message from her. Oh, there you are. Welcome, Gill.
はいギル。
What's up, Gill?
お邪魔します。
Hello there. Clarice and I welcomed Gill. He walked in with a troubled look on his face. After watching the news, Clarice and I talked and decided to take Gill in since he was chased out of his apartment so sudden. Since we all used to be roommates, having Gill in our home is no biggie. In fact, I reached out to him about this. He thought it over for a while, but in the end, he decided to come here. I thought I should avoid anything about his embracing me the other day. We've both made a silent agreement to leave the topic alone. Our home is your home, Gill. You used to live here anyways.
いや、そういうわけにはいかないよ。でも俺が出てから結構内装も変わったね。
We might have changed some of the decorations, but we still have cars that apparently neither one of us care about here, so the paint job has always kind of been like this. Thank you. Despite my imposition, you've changed the decorations a bit since I moved. Gill started looking around the room with an interested gaze. Yeah, Clarice and I kind of got carried away with things.
そうそう。内装チェンジ楽しかったわよね。
Yeah,
それで
changing things
ギ
up.
ルが使ってた部屋、私が今使ってるのよ。見る？
Changing things up was super fun. I'm in the same room as before. Want to take a peek, Gill?
うわ、ここもすっごい変わってる。壁紙の色まで違う。鏡にも何か書かれてるし。
She said, I'm in the same room as before. I thought this was a 2-bedroom apartment. I assumed it would have been... I'm in your room. This place really is different. You even changed the wallpaper and you got that mirror too. Upon entering Clarice's bedroom, Gill looked shocked. He held his hand over his mouth in
か
awe.
わいいでしょ？パーティーリップで描いたの。で、どうする？私あんまり家帰ってこないし、学生時代の頃みたいにギルはこの部屋使う？
I did that with some lipstick. Oh, by the way, where do you want to sleep? I'm never here, so want to use my room?
いや、俺はリビングでいいよ。ソファーで十分眠れるし、二人はちゃんと自分の部屋を使って。
No, I'll just take the couch since I'm a guest. You two just pretend I'm not even here.
あら、そう？
Really now?
うん。じゃあ居候させてもらう代わりに家事とかやろうと思うんだけど、いいかな？
Yeah, you're doing me a huge favor by letting me crash here. I'll even handle the housework. Would you mind? Oh, but I'd feel so bad about letting you do so much.
やったー！ギルならそう言ってくれると思ってたのよね。早速、今日の夕飯からよろしく。
I knew you'd say that, Gill. Can you handle dinner tonight?
任せて。
I'm on it. Gill rolled up his sleeves and hurried into the kitchen. Clarice turned and playfully winked at me.
賭けの勝ち負けが関係なくなっちゃったわね。
Doesn't matter who wins, our bet is our bet now. Oh, doesn't matter who wins our bet now. Speaking of bets, we were wagering on an entire month of chores depending on who Gill likes. I probably lost that bet, but given our current situation, it seems all bets are off. Clarice is right, though. I have to make sure that it's really me Gill likes. Now that I know the truth, I have to face him and his feelings head on this time. I still don't know Gill felt that way for me. I didn't know. Despite everything that happened, we're back to square one. At first, rooming with Gill felt awkward, but over time, things felt more like they used to. Plus, because Gill handles all the housework, Clarice and I were able to kick back and relax. I'm home!
ただいま。
I'm back!
二人ともお帰りなさい。ご飯できてるよ。
Welcome back home, you two. Dinner's ready.
ラッキー。洗濯
Wicked.
は？
Laundry?
もちろん、掃除も洗濯も全部やってあるよ。今日はいい天気だったし、よく乾いたよ。
Done and done. I even got the cleaning done for the day. Plus, the weather was so nice, everything dried quite quickly.
よかった。お気に入りのブラ、今日もまたつけて出かけたいと思ってたんだ。
Awesome. I was thinking of wearing my favorite bra out tonight. We're going out again?
23時から約束あるんだもん。シャワー浴びて下着変えていきたいなって思ってたの。でもまずはご飯食べたい。
For an 11 o'clock date, girly. That is after I shower, change, and eat some of Gil's cooking.
じゃあもうよそっちゃうね。
Let me make you a plate. Oh, I can help.
大丈夫。全部俺がやるよ。君は先に手を洗って着替えておいでよ。
Don't worry, I've got everything. You go wash your hands and settle down into something more comfortable. Sure. Geez, Gil really is nice to have around. Normally, I'd start dinner prep after I got home. Since Gil is a freelancer, he has a lot more time for housework and cooking. It makes things so much easier. Having someone around to handle the chores is such a luxury, especially when you're a busy adult instead of a college student. Back during our time on Parasite House, Gil was quite the perfectionist, especially when it came to household chores. From my perspective, it's kind of nice to have him doing so much. Still, I'm worried about the strain on him. Gil may be a freelancer, but he still has work to do. He probably should split up the chores. But whenever I ask, he'll probably just insist on doing everything himself. I should ask if there's a way to thank him. That's not chores or cooking. Gil's always taking care of us like this. His feelings aside, I want to express my gratitude for his care. I should probably tell him that I figured out his feelings for me. But I don't 100% know what's going through Gil's head. Nothing good will come from jumping the gun. Having things turn all awkward with Gill right now would be horrible. After all, he's stuck here until the renovations are over. That's why I decided to avoid the topic even though I felt guilty about it. Guilt aside, I went to go wash my hands for dinner. A few days after Gill started taking care of everything, the weekend arrived. I finally expressed my desire to thank Gill. Ooh, what does that mean?
俺？
Thank me? Yeah, you're always taking care of us. I wanted to say thank you for that.
ありがとう。でも俺が好きでやってることだから別にいいよ。
Thanks, but you don't have to. You know I'm doing this because I want to. There's no need for things. But Gil, you've always gone above and beyond, even when we were students. I want to do something in return. Gil's always so giving. I wanted to do something in kind. That's why. Cooking. Let's try this one. I'm curious. I'll give you a massage. Well, how about a massage? I bet your shoulders are really tight right now, yeah? I reached out to touch his shoulders, but Gil jumped back in a frenzy.
いやいや、いいよ。大丈夫。平気だから。
How tall is this man? He's wearing pants? But they're perfectly fine. I've never been more relaxed. Really, but...
平気。全然凝ってない。超元気。
Honestly, I'm fine. I'm loose, completely loose, stress-free even. He flexes his arms and starts swinging them around. The message is clear. Gill doesn't want me to touch him. I get it. I want to thank him, so there's something else I can do for you? He mumbles something. That's fine. We didn't like that answer. We're gonna go with a different answer. Oh. Wait, is this the option where I could possibly have a bad ending? Maybe I should leave this alone. This could be the bad ending. I don't know. I asked that and watched as Gill thought to himself after a while he mumbled something.
じゃあクラブケーキが食べたいな。
I would like to eat some crab cakes. Crab cakes.
俺の地元ボルトモアの料理なんだ。子供の頃からの好物なんだけど、もう6年ぐらい実家に帰ってなくて食べてないから。
It's a famous Baltimorean dish. I've loved it ever since I was a kid. Come to think of it, I haven't had it in 6 years now. Haven't you gone back home over the years? No. Okay, I don't think that's gonna get me the bad ending. We're just gonna load back in with cooking. Although I'm sure cleaning the bathroom, I don't know. We'll get there, we'll get there. Are you hungry? I can make us dinner. What do you want? What do you say?
君のご飯か。そういえば俺一度も食べたことないっけ。
Has he really? Making dinner? I guess I've never had your cooking before. Gill's face flushes red the moment he says that. I don't know why, but I felt just as embarrassed too. Well, it won't be as good as your cooking is, but if you don't mind that.
君のご飯が食べられるなら何でも嬉しいよ。
If you're cooking, I'm sure it'll be great. Let's see, we were at 50. That could still be the bad ending because he did say crab cake. Let's see if they still say crab cakes in this one. That was a 10. Gill's face turns even redder the moment he replies with such a spirited exclamation. He's red from ear to ear. That made me feel even more guilty. I'm so sorry, Gill, but I can't pretend to know his feelings. I wait for a moment to give him space to think.
じゃあ
Crab cakes. Crab cakes. Alright, cool. Gill looks sad, so it's the same thing. Alright. Now I can thank Gill today. Goal in mind, I headed out to buy everything I needed to make crab cakes. So the other option could get us a bad ending. I checked an ingredient list on my phone, bought them, and began preparing crab cakes for Gill. However, I should have brought flaked crab meat. And the name suggests crab cakes are like a burger, but made using crab meat. I thought it would be great if I went all out and brought an entire crab, but because of my enthusiasm, I'm having some trouble. Does the crab have a knife? It's a lot of work to get all the meat out. The crab shell is getting everywhere. There's not a surface in the kitchen that isn't messy now. And it turns out I'm allergic to crab. I have to collect all the shell shards, not step on them, and then I need to wash my hands.
大丈夫？俺も手伝うよ。
Wow, this is a lot, Leah. I'll help you out. No, it's alright. You can leave the crab cakes to me. Just as I was saying that, a piece of crab shell slipped out of my hand. Oh no! The shell fell into the crab meat bowl and got mixed in. Gill burst out laughing.
カニって結構剥くの大変なんだよね。だから俺も手伝うよ。任せて。子供の頃よく厨房に忍び込んで手伝ったからさ。
It's pretty hard, isn't it? Let me help. I've been doing this since I was a kid. I always snuck in to shell crabs. Huh? I wonder what he meant by that, but I don't think too long. My hands are numb from shelling crabs. I really wanted to do this for you, Gill.
君と一緒に料理するのもご褒美だよ。
Don't you worry, being able to cook with you is just as rewarding. Gill gives me a huge grin. He has his moments where he's not so terrible. What are you caught under. Trying to make you make sense. Mimic you, no! Okay. I have ruined everything. I'm gonna mimic you. He was back in his Pokeball. He's fine. He's fine. Gil seems to really love cooking with others. I suppose it's because he likes me. Because of that, my heart hurts a bit. Gil, I'm so sorry. The more time we spend together, the guiltier I feel. I lost myself in thought while Gil took over preparing the crab in front of me. He definitely shelled the crab. Clearly, he has had a lot of experience doing this, just like he said. Sorry, Gil.
俺こそ難しい料理をリクエストしちゃってごめん。
I'm the one who's sorry. I requested such a difficult dish from you.
俺にとってこれは地元の味だからさ。君に作ってもらうならこれがいいなって思っちゃったんだ。
To me, crab cakes taste like home. When I'm feeling nostalgic, this is the only dish for me. He squints and focuses while continuing to remove the meat from the crab. Gil is really good at cooking. I wonder if he was as handy in the kitchen back in Baltimore. In that moment, I realized that I know nothing about Gil's family. I don't have a family in the conventional sense, so I've always avoided the topic on purpose. Unlike my life in Celestia, Gil should have family somewhere here in the human realm. He's good at chores and cooking, and he's caring too, but Gil always avoids talking about family. He even hates his surname. I wonder what Gil's family is like. We mutually avoided the topic, so I took advantage of that and never brought it up, but now I'm curious for some reason. Hey, Gil, about Baltimore.
口開けて。
Say ah, ah, ah. When I opened my mouth, as told, a piece of crab meat was guided in. This is delicious. I'm glad I splurged with the crab, Gil. Gil smiled at my reaction while I continued chewing.
いつも手伝いをしてたらこうして食べさせてもらってたんだ。作ってる人の特権だってね。
I was always rewarded with a taste for helping out. It's a perk of being the one cooking things. What a wonderful perk.
ありがとう。ところで今何か言いかけなかった？
I agree. Oh, were you about to say something? Yes, actually, you said crab cakes were from your hometown, right? I was wondering about Baltimore's lake. I tried to say it in a pleasantly vague way. Gil groaned and smiled, though he looked troubled.
特に変わったところのない町だよ。港町だから魚介料理が多くてさ。
It's a town like every other. Actually, it's a port town, so there's a lot of fresh
あ、
seaweed.
ほら覚えてる？
Food, seafood.
ラウルが子供の頃ボルトモアに来て牡蠣に当たった話。
Remember when Raoul talked about going to Baltimore? When he was a kid, he said he got food poisoning from eating oysters. But yeah, Raoul did mention that during the wedding we attended at Parasite House.
そうそう。ボルトモアでは漁の無事と豊作を祈ってネプチューン祭りっていうのを毎年やるんだ。そこで採れたての牡蠣が食べられてさ。
In Baltimore, it's common to pray for safe seafaring and a good harvest at the Neptune Festival. They eat oysters
毎年
there.
ボランティアでその祭りを手伝ってたんだけど、そこで牡蠣に当たったラウルを病院に運ぶ付き添いをしたんだよな。
I volunteered there every year. Liar? I accompanied Raoul after getting hauled to the hospital for his food poisoning.
まさかその彼と映画雑誌のインタビューで再会できるとは思わなかったけど、向こうも俺を覚えててくれてさ。
I didn't think I'd see him again for another interview. He seemed to remember me pretty clearly
しか
too.
も最初ラウルったら俺のことネプチューン神と間違えてさ、食中毒から人を救った神になりかけちゃったよ。
At first, Raoul mistook me for Neptune himself. I suppose in his eyes I was the god of anti-food poisoning.
ギルが人間なら残る説はただ一つ。ネプチューンは女性なんだなんて、なんかひらめいたようなことも言ってたな。
He even said if Gil's a human, then that must mean Neptune must be a woman. It's like his sickness gave him an epiphany.
でもおかげでラウルと仲良くなれた。あの有名なラウルアコニットとさ。人生って何があるかわからないよね。
Thanks to that incident, I became friends with Raoul Aconite. Of all people, life sure does come at you fast. Gill continues to skillfully craft crab cakes while speaking. I see how much of a crab cake expert he is, but more than that, it was interesting in ways he sounded happy. I was interested in why he sounded so happy. He also changed the subject from his hometown to the past to talking about Raoul. It really feels like Gil's family and home life are kind of off limits. I shouldn't pry further, plus if this was reversed, I wouldn't know how to answer about my own lack of family. Instead of trying to force things, I'll wait until Gill is ready to share things with me. Yet I wonder why my heart aches and why I feel so restless. What emotion is this? It makes me feel chilled inside, such a mysterious emotion. I ponder what was in my heart while Gill continues to make crab cakes. Crab cakes, crab cakes. My compliments to the chef.
ごちそうさま。美味しかった。ありがとね。
Compliments received. Thanks for the lovely meal, Leah. Oh, don't thank me. You did most of the work. I was just your assistant and barely that. All I did was... Okay, hang on. This doesn't have Leah Mir above it as she said that, so... All I did was shape the crab cakes and prep some lettuce for the salad. Gill basically handled almost everything else, and as usual, he demonstrated how skilled he really is. I'm sorry, Gill. I really thought I would be able to cook for you as a thanks for today.
そんなことないよ。君に作ってもらったからかな。すっごく美味しかった。こんなに美味しいご飯食べたのは久しぶりだよ。
That's exactly what you did, and it was delicious. I haven't had such a wonderful meal in a while. Gill's smile was so big that I knew it was genuine. I returned it with a smile of my own, simply because he looked so happy. Now that you're finished, I'll take care of the cleanup. Go ahead and take a break. I pick up the dishes and head to the kitchen. Clarice hasn't come home yet, so she probably is spending the night elsewhere again since she has the day off tomorrow. Looks like it's just Gill and me today. But I don't feel nervous. Gill is like family to me. I was raised by Lord Mars and Lady Venus, who shares no blood relations to me. My understanding of family is different. The way I wanted to thank him feels closer to celebrating Father's Day or Mother's Day. As usual, my own feelings are hard to understand. I still need to sort through them to consider how I view Gill as a man.
ねえ、よかったら食後は一緒に映画でも見ない？トランスカーズのディスク持ってきたんだ。
How about we watch a movie after dinner? I've got the Transforce 4 Cars disc.
俺がルームシェアやめた後のシリーズ見てないかなと思ってさ。どう？
I thought you probably didn't keep up with them once I left. What do you say? Want to watch? Oh, yes, please.
よかった。じゃあお皿洗いは後にしてこっちおいでよ。早く見ないと寝るの遅くなっちゃうしさ。
Awesome. Then save the dishes for later and come settle down. If we don't start now, we'll stay up late. We'll still stay up late if we do the dishes. Let's get started. I can wash the dishes before bed, which you could also do before the show starts. Quickly, I placed them in the sink and hurried to the sofa. I sat down and watched Gill put in the disc. He adjusted things to make the screen easier to see and grabbed us some drinks. The movie began and immediately I was glued to the screen. Is that the best you can do, Bumble Pig? Stand up! What's his name? Megatron. Wow, that scene brings back memories, and the transformation sequence still looks so cool.
だよな。特にトランスカーズに出てくる主要車種は全部同一車に統一されてるから企画も同じでかっこいいんだよ。
I know, all the main Trans4 cars are standardized. Their specs are all the same, which is part of why they're so cool. Gill kept the good times rolling with snacks and his high energy. He put a cushion down for me, prepared lots of treats, and even kept me wine glass full. He really is a caring guy. It's quite intense. We continued watching the movie as Gill topped my glass and kept refreshing the snacks. In the end, I was so focused on the movie that I didn't notice Gill had snuck away and did the dishes. I don't know. It seems like you ignored him for a while. All right. Lovecraft in Love. A few days later. All right, I'm going to double check one thing. Flowchart. Okay. We're going to save real quick here. Then we're going to reload this and then say we're going to clean the bathroom. I don't... One does not simply click on the right option. I'll clean the bathroom. How about I take care of the bathroom?
ああ、それはもう昼にやっちゃった。
I cleaned it around noon. Huh, but I really wanted to do something to help you. My hair is still wet. I was feeling depressed while Gill mulled things over after a while he mumbled.
じゃあ、
Crab cakes. Okay. Maybe there's not a choice here that gives me the bad ending. Okay, that's transform part. Okay, we're gonna choose the massage option one more time just to see if that gives us something else. Maybe I didn't fast forward enough. I really thought it would just be a bad ending here, like a quick bad ending. That's just silly. He just always goes the same route. That's so rude. Weird. I wonder what I have to do to get the bad one there. Well, I tried to get the bad ending. We did not get it. A few days later, I was eating lunch at my desk while looking at the afternoon sky. It's too peaceful, I feel uneasy. Next to my hand is a homemade lunch prepared by none other than Gill. He wakes up early to make lunches for Clarice and me. I don't know if it's right to leave things as they are. He cooks and cleans for us and even runs errands too. Gill is in complete house husband mode right now. Still, I do notice that he works extra late. I think he's putting an unreasonable strain on Gill's schedule. It's us, not himself. I think about that. I feel a little lost, a lot of guilt. I don't want to heap stress onto Gill. I'd like to help him relax. Back in college, Gill helped me out all the time. I can't cause him any more trouble on his behalf. I'll wake up even earlier than him tomorrow and make breakfast. I should probably just wash the dishes as soon as possible too. Besides, I remember what Gill previously told me over the phone. We don't read actual flashbacks here. He said he wanted to write for Cupid Route, but he hasn't taken any steps towards making that dream come true. I get the feeling that between the housework and his current job, he has no time. I'm sure I'm getting in the way of Gill's dream. Once he gets back, I should talk to him, starting with driving dividing up the chores. Even if Gill says he doesn't mind, I can't keep taking advantage of his willingness. Clarice may want to keep things as is because it's easy, but that's just using Gill for our own benefit. That's why I decided to step up and do some chores. I want to be Gill's equal. I can't seem to shake that intense desire right now. I'm home.
おかえり。夕ご飯できてるよ。
Welcome home, Leah. Dinner's on the table. Upon my arrival, Gill quickly welcomed me home. I could smell the delicious fragrance of dinner and I could hear my stomach growl. Gill's cooking is just too good to resist. Everything I wanted to say to Gill faded away. No, calm down, stomach. Gill and his dreams need to come first. I go inside and wash my hands. By the time I get to the dinner table, I've made up my mind. I look at Gill. Hey, Gill, before we eat, there's something I need to say to you.
どうしたの？そんなに改まって。
What's up? Is everything okay? Well, Then the doorbell rings. It can't be Clarice. She had just unlocked the door and come in. It's probably a delivery person or maybe a guest.
こんな時間に誰だろう？俺が出るね。
I'll get it. Who could it be at this hour? Thanks. Is it Peter? I couldn't say it. I watched Gill walk to the door as I heaved a sigh. In front of me was more of his delicious cooking. I felt irritated at being interrupted and made to wait. Then I heard Gill cry out from the front door.
兄さん、なんでここに？
Brother, what are you doing here? What? Brother? Gill? Chi went into hiding due to being surprised by a sudden visitor. Same. Oh, Chi, shy as always. Humans can't even see you. It would be cruel to take him out, so I left him alone. As I went to the door, I see a man that looks similar to Gill. He looks about 3 years older than Gill, and his hair is different. Still, his eyebrows are the same. They're definitely brothers. I peer out, and Gill notices me. He waves at me with a troubled look on his face.
ごめん。この人、俺の兄さんなんだ。でも困るよ兄さん。連絡もなしにいきなり来るなんて。
Sorry, this is my brother. You know you can't come here without telling me.
悪いギル。だがすまん。しばらくかくまってほしいんだ。
Sorry, Gill, but I need to hide out with you for a while. Gill's brother covers his face with both hands and nearly drops to his knees. Oh!
参ったな。
What am I gonna do? Seeing his brother like this, Gill and I just glanced at each other. We nodded in unison. Why? Why does he need to hide? All three of us ate dinner together. Gill's brother finally calmed down while he relaxed with afternoon dinner tea. After dinner tea, even.
挨拶が遅れてしまってすみません。はじめまして。ギルの兄、ゲイリーと申します。
I'm sorry I haven't introduced myself. My name is Gallon, and I'm Gill's brother. Nice to meet you. I'm Leah Muir. We reached across the table and shook hands. Gill's brother breathed a sigh of relief once the introductions were done. He relaxed and sipped on his cup of herbal tea.
いきなり来てごめんな、ギル。こんな可愛い彼女と同棲しているなんて知らなかったんだ。
I'm more concerned you gave this guy their address. I know that he's staying there, but he hasn't stayed there in 2 years. And you can argue that he had the address because he did send him a text. However, I'm sure in 2 years he would have told him, hey, by the way, I moved out. And it's probably not well advised to go visit someone else at their home. I'm really sorry for crashing here, Gill, but I didn't know you were living with such a beautiful girlfriend.
彼女じゃないから。あと、どうしてこの家に来たんだよ。
She's not my girlfriend. Why are you here?
どうしてって、ここはギルが借りた家だろ。保証人になったじゃないか。
Isn't this a place you were renting? I'm your Granulator, I don't know.
そっか。俺が引っ越したことを教えてなかったんだっけ。
Right. I didn't tell you I moved, so how convenient that I was here.
なんだお前引っ越してたのか。
You
そういうことは
moved?
兄さんに言ってくれよ。
You should have told me that.
ごめん。ちょっとそれどころじゃなかったんだよ。
Sorry, but things were hectic at the time, and in 24 months, you and I haven't had a single conversation where I said, by the way, I'm in a new place.
まあ、でも今日はちょうどここにいてくれてよかったよ。
I'm glad I caught you today, though.
なあ、ギル。どうしよ
Yeah, what am I supposed to do?
何があったのさ。
What are you supposed to do about what? Gil's expression turned sullen. I've never seen him look like this before. Gil seemed to be more childish oh gosh. Gil seems a bit more childish when he's with his brother. He's definitely the little sibling. Normally, Gil is much more calm and collected. He's quite caring, so he has an air of maturity. Seeing Gil reduced to just a younger brother in front of Galen made me feel a little sad. It made me think that Gil hides parts of himself in front of me, as if we all wear masks. I wonder if Gil will rely on me and be wholly himself one day. After all, that's what it means to be equal footing. While thinking that over, I waited for Galen to continue, but he just covered his
う。
face
ギル
again.
兄さんはもう車見たくないよ。
Gil, I don't want to look at cars anymore. Okay, wait, what are the abbreviations for the cars? GL was GLLC something?
え
Huh? Cars. I have absolutely no idea what's going on here, especially now that Galen just collapsed on the table.
だいたい僕は全然車のこと好きじゃないんだ。部品の業者をちゃんと選べとか言われてもどこがいいのかわからないし。
I don't even like cars to begin with. They keep telling me to pick out the right parts vendor, but I don't know good from
タイヤ
bad.
の素材とか言われても全然覚えられないし、かといってメモ見て喋っていたらみんなに笑われるし。
I can't remember all the tire materials. When I reference my notes, everyone just laughs at me.
それなのにみんな失敗ばっかり押し付けてくるし、ライバル会社は変なハニートラップかけてくるし。
Plus, they keep pushing all their failures onto me. I keep getting honeypot set to me, too. It sucks.
もうやだ。副社長なんてゴリゴリだよ、ギル。
I hate this. I don't want to be the VP anymore, Gil. VP? Pardon me. You're the vice president of some kind? I voiced my surprise. Galen looked at me a while, sniffing.
なんだギル、彼女に言ってなかったのか。うちは代々続くラブクラフトインダストリーズっていう車の会社なんだ。
Gil, why didn't you tell her? Yes, I'm VP of the Lovecraft Industries. It's our family car company. We've had it for generations.
ちょっと兄さん、勝手に言わないでよ。
Don't tell her. Lovecraft Industries?
父さんが社長で僕が副社長。LCI 社って普段は言われているけれど、聞いたことない。
LCI. Our father is the current president. I'm the VP. Actually, our company is best known as LCI. You've never heard of it? LCI?
だいたい私はそれで
LCI, the luxury car
よ
brand.
かった。さすがに聞いたことあるみたいだね。
Oh,
ほっ
great.
としたよ。
You've heard of us. What a relief. Many of our members are fans of LCI cars. So LCI official name is Lovecraft Industries. I'm gonna say it right now, that should be obvious. I mean, you might abbreviate to LCI, but it's not. That never even crossed my mind. Maybe I heard it in passing around the news. If Gil's brother is LCI's vice president and his father is the president, wait a minute, then Gill is also the son of the president of LCI. I look directly towards Gill. He sighs as if he was relenting.
実はそうなんだ。 ずっと内緒にしてたけど。
Yeah, he's right. I've just kept it a secret all along. He sighs again and looks down.
でも俺はもう家を出たんだから関係ないよ。父さんとも喧嘩してるしさ。
But I left home, so this has nothing to do with me. Dad and I even fought about it. He said that in such a dejected way, then Gill glared at Gallon with fierce hate in his eyes.
それより兄さんだよ。どうして今さら車を嫌いになっちゃったんだよ。
What's your problem anyways? What made you suddenly hate cars?
別に車を好きだった時期なんて一度もないよ。
Nothing. I never even liked them to begin with.
でも後継ぎとして発表された時、車が好きだから発展のために頑張りたいって言ってたじゃないか。
That didn't seem to be the case when they announced the new heir. You said that you loved them and wanted to develop LCI.
それは彼女の手前かっこつけたくて。
But I was just putting on airs in front of her. Her? Long story short, here's what happened. There's a family that the Lovecrafts have connection with. The she in question was the fiance of the next president. Gallon fell in love with her at first sight when he was young. He worked hard so that he could ask for her hand in marriage.
僕が頑張れたのは彼女のためだったんだ。でも一度も車を好きになったことなんかない。
Are they going to have a similar
むしろ最
story?
初から苦手で仕方なかったんだ。
I was able to work hard because of her. I never liked cars from the beginning. I hated them.
それ後継ぎになる前に言えよ。
And say that before you take on the role of heir.
言えるわけないだろ。僕が好きになった子はラブクラフト社後継ぎの婚約者なんだ。
I couldn't and I can't. The girl I fell for is a fiance of the heir to the Lovecraft company.
車嫌いだってバレたら僕はきっと社長になれない。でも社長にならなければ彼女とは結婚できない。
If my secret got out, I would never become president. I wouldn't be able to marry her otherwise.
だからずっと車を好きになろうと頑張ってきたんだ。
That's why I tried to like cars.
全然ダメだった。
I really tried, but it's no use.
回路ってなんだよ。燃料ってなんだよ。電気自動車の話も何もわからない。理系じゃないんだよ僕は。
What the hell are circuits? What the hell is fuel? I can't even begin to understand electrical vehicles. I hate cars. Gallon started crying all over again. Gill's face pinched up in that troubled expression again.
はあ、兄さんも俺と同じか。
I see you're just like me. Just like Gill?
なあギル、兄さんを助けてくれよ。お前は車大好きだろ。だから車の良さを教えてもらいたいんだ。
Gill, you gotta help me. You like cars, right? Teach me about why they're so great.
こんなに嫌なのに車を好きになるつもりがあるってこと？
You hate cars so much, but you still want me to want to like them?
だって僕は彼女を愛してるから。彼女と結婚するために社長にはなりたいんだ。
It's for her sake. I want to become the president so that I can marry her. So that's what the Lovecraft family is like, intense. They're forcibly changed themselves to suit who they love. Seeing them behave like this makes me worried about their futures. Although they're going two different directions, Gallon is in the same as Gill. They really are crafting love.
それにさ、あの子は車が好きなんだ。よくデートでうちの車を細かく褒めてくれて。まあ、その半分も僕は分かってないんだけど。
Besides, she loves cars. When we go on dates, she's always notices every detail of the ride, but I don't get it.
でもそんなの情けないだろ。だからせめて彼女の話が分かるぐらいには車を好きになりたいんだ。
That's pitiful on my end. I want to like cars at least half as much as I can understand her.
ってことで頼むよギル。車のいいところを教えてくれ。
Please, Gill, teach me what's so great about cars.
そんな、別に俺程度の車好きならいくらでもいるし、大したことじゃないよ。
There are plenty of people who know what I know. I'm afraid I can't really help you much.
何言ってるんだよ。 お前よく家の近くの海岸に作った専用ラボにこもって一人で部品から車を作ってたじゃないか。
Are you kidding me? You had your own workshop back home specifically for manufacturing parts on your own. Your own workshop? Gill. What? Did you mean a Baja Blast? Whoa. Whoa. Your own workshop, Gill? You were making your own cars?
兄さん、だから俺のこと勝手に喋らないでよ。もう車好きだってこと知られたくなかったのに。
Galen, stop making this about me. I don't want anyone to know that I liked cars. I'm so embarrassed that I liked cars. I was a car guy once. Gill turns bright red as he glares at his brother. It seems he didn't want to reveal his obvious passion for cars to others. I already knew that you like cars, Gill. How? I don't know. Maybe it was the model cars or the fact that you had 4 posters in your room and they all had cars on them, and then anytime you see a car, you gush about them. Like, yeah. When I moved here, you had tons of plastic car models in your room, plus you always liked car-related movies. During our practice date, you got so excited when you saw this rare car. He also said it was his dream to work for a car magazine. There's no need to hide what you love, Gill.
でもさ、家を出てきた手前、素直に好きっていうのが
But I
なんか
left
恥ずかしくて。
It's hard for me to admit that I love cars.
そもそもギルはなんで家出したんだ？
Why'd you leave in the first place? What? You don't know?
ああ、実は知らないんだ。
No, I don't. Come on, Gill, explain. My head was spinning from this entire conversation. These two were such oddballs. They were both heading full tilt in such a strange direction. So, Gill, why did you leave home? Gill turned red again and looked down when I asked.
別に、俺は父さんみたいになりたくなかったんだ。
No reason in particular. I just didn't want to end up like Dad.
父さんに？どこら辺が？
Like Dad? What do you mean?
父さんってさ、いつも仕事で忙しくて全然家に戻ってこなかったじゃない
He's
か。
always busy with work. He never comes home.
俺、母さんが寂しそうにしてるのを子供の頃からずっと見てきたんだ。だから俺はあんな大人にならないって決めてた。
Mom always looked so lonely even when we were kids. I decided that I would never be like him.
それだってのに父さん、ある日いきなり俺に役員の席を用意してあるとか言うんだよ。勝手だと思わない？
Then Dad decided he had a position for me on the board of directors. He's too pushy and way too selfish.
その頃には兄さんに婚約者がいたからさ、俺が役員になったら俺も婚約者を勝手に決められるって思ったら嫌になって。
By the time we were older, you already had a fiance. I didn't want to choose who I'd marry if I joined the board. Oh, I didn't want him to choose who I'd marry if I joined the board.
それで俺は役員になんかならないって言って家を出てきたんだ。
That's why I told him I wasn't going to take the position, then I left. Is that what happened?
そうだったのか？
Are you for real?
そうだよ。だって俺自由恋愛したかったから。
Yeah, I am. I wanted to have the right to choose who I love and be loved by. Gill, did you ever say that to your father?
ないよ。
No. Why not?
だって自由恋愛したいからなんて理由言うの恥ずかしかったし、父さん仕事人間だから分かってもらえるとは思わなかったし。
Because it's embarrassing to admit that I just want to fall in love and Dad's a workaholic. He wouldn't get it. So what about you, Galen? Did you ever tell your father about how much you love your fiance and how much you hate cars?
いや、ないよ。
Of course
言ったら社
not.
長の席を外されると思ったからね。
I thought he'd remove me as an heir if I said anything like that. The 2 troublemaker sons. Both of them are so dedicated to love. Both refuse to give any explanation. They're so identical that it's scary. That's right. Gill still hasn't confessed his feelings for me. That's why I never understood. I can't believe it until he tells me directly. If he gets straight to the point, then I wouldn't have to worry about this so much. I'm sure I'm not alone in that feeling. I completely understand that you two are thinking I completely understand what you two are thinking. However, you make too many assumptions. You don't discuss anything and go in with your minds made up. Not talking about things is what cowards weigh out.
市 長
Call me a coward? You just ran away from home, showed up on my doorstep, and told your brother to hide you. Yes, I'm calling you a coward. Yes, I am. You might find common ground if you just talk. But you avoid that. The other party can't even defend themselves. Of course, you two probably know your parents better than me. I could be completely wrong. But if I were your parents, I wouldn't want to hear you say you won't understand if I haven't been given a chance. That's why I think you should at least give them space to talk. Especially you, Gill. If you had been honest about what you wanted, your father might have agreed.
そうかな。仕事人間の父さんが
Think so? All he does is work. Your father is a workaholic who's rarely home, right?
そうだよ。俺は子供の頃ジーヤたちに遊んでもらってたんだ。
Back when I was a kid, my old butler was my only company. Butler? Hearing an unexpected word, I paused, holding back from asking about that. Instead, I continued with the conversation. So your father doesn't know how you truly feel then?
そうだけど。
Yeah, you'd be right. Same for you, Gallon. Did you tell him your fiance about how you don't like cars?
するわけないよ。彼女を傷つけたくないし。
I don't want to
こ
hurt
んな
her.
僕とよく会ってくれるいい子だし。
Plus, she's willing to be with me despite how I actually feel. How long have you been dating your fiance?
子供の頃からの婚約者だからね。
About 10 years
付き合って
now.
もう10年ぐらい経ってるよ。
We've been engaged since we were kids. That's proof that things will be fine. As the real deal Cupid, I've seen many arranged marriages. If they're still in love with one another after 10 years, there's a solid foundation that can take things out. They can talk things out. Gallon, try opening up to your fiance. If you've been together for a decade, she might secretly know you hate cars.
そうかな。
But I don't want to hurt her. A white lie to save someone's feelings can cause more pain. Upon saying that, my heart leapt. The same could be applied to me. I could be looking at a mirror right now. I was with Gallon the entire time. Nope, not Gallon. Gallon was not here. I just met Gallon today. I was with Gill the entire time, but I never asked about his family or dreams until recently. I'm happy that I did, but I also feel sad. He's not comfortable enough with me to open up and share his secrets. Gill is always looking out for me, but he won't let me get close to him. Instead, he just pampers me as a way to keep distance between us. That's not truly love. At least it doesn't feel like earnest love to me. That's why I want you to have a conversation. Your fiance might know that you're struggling. She might even be waiting for you to initiate.
あの子が
Do you think so? No, I just said all that because I wanted to. God. You've been together for years, right? Keeping secrets might help you, but it will also might hurt your partner's trust in you. In the end, it's worse for someone you love to be hurting than it is to keep a secret. I hope you'll trust her more. After saying that with a smile, Gallon's expression became more optimistic.
愛する人が困ってる方が嫌か。そうだよな。僕だって
I see what
彼
you
女が
mean.
秘密を抱えて苦しんでいたら嫌
You're
だ
right.
よ
I don't want to hurt her if it means I get to keep my
な。わか
secret.
った。彼女に話してみるよ。彼女に嫌われるんじゃないかって不安だったけど、確かにあの子はそういう子じゃない。
I understand. I'll talk to her about this. I thought she might hate me, but I see that she's not that fickle.
ごめん。もう戻るよ。こんな夜に押しかけてごめんな、ギル。
Sorry, I'm gonna head back now. I apologize for barging in here like this, Gill.
こんな夜にボルトモアに帰るの
Wait, you're going back to Baltimore this late?
ああ、今すぐ彼女に会いたくなっちゃったんだ。
Yeah, I want to see her as soon as I can. Gallon smiles like a man deeply in love. His disregard for distance is the same as Gill's. These two really are brothers, down to the blood. Gill wouldn't have any qualms about going to Baltimore this late, just like his brother. Oh right, I'm supposed to be the one Gill likes. Gill waited for me for over an hour. He also went all the way from 6th Avenue to 2nd Avenue. My heart aches at the thought. I don't know if I can reciprocate Gill's feelings. What do I think of Gill anyway? I try to think about things while we say we saw Gallon off.
はあ、びっくりした。ごめんね。急に兄さんがうちに来たりして。
That was surprising. Sorry about that, Leah. I didn't think Gallon would come all the way here. It's all right. I'm glad I got a chance to meet your brother. It was nice to learn more about you.
そっか。
Yeah. Gil scratches his cheek in a sheepish way. We sat next to each other on the sofa and naturally picked up our conversation again.
別に話すようなことじゃないって思ってたからさ。知られて恥ずかしいような、嬉しいような。君はどう思った？嫌じゃなかった？
I just didn't think it was necessary to talk about leaving home. It's not something I felt a lot about. What about you? It's not something you felt a lot about. You ran away from home, my guy. What about me?
いや、なんていうか、自由恋愛がしたくて家を出てきたなんて、恥ずかしくて誰にも言えなかったからさ。
Well, it's just I ran away from home because I wanted to find love for myself. I couldn't tell anyone about that. Really? Well, I think that's a perfect reason.
え？
Honestly? Alright, we're gonna pick this up in just a sec. I'm gonna eat snackies. And then I'll be back. Be back shortly. Okay. All right, we're back. I ate snackies. All right. Perfect reason to run away from home. Find love. Honestly, I also ran away from home so that I could pursue matchmaking. Of course, if I said that, Gil might think I'm a bit of an oddball, so I'll just keep that quiet.
お、あ、本当に
You
君は
really are. Oh, I've been wondering since you said it, but your old butler was your playmate? I circled back to something I missed out on asking earlier. Gil just stared at me blankly.
おう、うん、本当だよ。子供の頃はジーヤやメイドのおばさんたちに遊んでもらってたんだ。
It's true. When I was a child, the butler and maids played with me.
そういえば、メイドのおばさんたちによく恋愛映画とか見させてもらってたな。それで映画館でバイトしようって思ったのかも。
The maid showed me lots of romantic movies back then. That's what made me want to work as a part-timer at the theater. Maid and a butler. Wow, Gil really is hot air. He had no money to his name, but unlike other self-supporting students, never seemed to be worried. I never would have thought that Gil was the son of the president of LCI. You're just like me. My auntie also showed me a lot of movies. That's why I like them.
そうなんだ。かわいいな。
Don't say it like that. That's adorable. Oh my goodness, I'm getting another phone call. Hang on. Plot twist. All right. Sorry, it's work. Someone called out and they got a call asking me if I knew. I'm like, yeah, I know. All right. All right. My auntie also showed me a lot of movies. That's why I like them. That's adorable.
あとはね、車の雑誌を読んでたら、ゴールデンアップルっていうペンネームの人が車が関わってる映画の表とか書いててさ。
When I started reading car magazines, there was a person that, with an alias Golden Apple, they wrote about movies with cars in them.
この映画のカーチェイスは迫力があるとか、古典映画のこれには珍しい車種が出てくるのでおすすめとかさ。
They would write about how exciting chase scenes were. For classic movies, they'd recommend them by their rare car models.
それで文章ってものに興味を持って、自分でもノートに感想を書くようになって、それでエディターとかライターに興味を持ったんだ。
Because of that, I got interested in writing. Eventually, I started jotting down my own ideas. It only grew from there. Wow. Naturally, Gill is referring to Carcraft Road. Gill must really love cars. Learning about his feelings and the reason behind his worries made me feel a little happier. I want to know more about him. I leaned over to gaze directly into Gill's eyes. Why? That seems way too much. I was wondering about that personal workshop of yours. Do you mind if I ask more about it?
いいけど、大して楽しい話じゃないよ。
Interesting. Okay. We've got 2 images. And 2 choices. Leading up to this. Ooh, that could be a bad sign. That could be a bad sign for me. Wait, where are we at? Could be a bad sign for me. Hang on. I don't mind, but are you sure it'll be interesting to hear about? I asked, so I think it's interesting. What kind of place is this workshop? I asked out of the blue, pure curiosity. Gill's eyes go wide with shock and awe. He then turns away.
あ、うん。別に普通のラボだよ。部品とかスパナとかボルトとかがいっぱいあって。
Yeah, it's more like your typical workshop. There's parts, wrenches, bolts, stuff like that.
うちの工場のおじちゃんに教わって車を一から作ってたんだ。俺が作りたい理想の車を。
I learned how to build cars from scratch from the senior workers at the factory. My dream was to make the perfect car.
大人たちがバカみたいだっていうような映画みたいなかっこいい車を作ってみたかったんだ。結局完成まではいかなかったけれど。
I wanted the kind of cool car that appeared in movies, the kind that adults think is silly, but I never finished it. Gill leans his elbows into his knees and looks out into the distance.
いつか完成させようって思ってるんだ。ずっと逃げてきたけれど、やっぱり俺、車が好きだからさ。
Sometimes I still think about completing it even though I hit it. I still really love cars.
兄さんだって頑張るって決めたんだ。俺もそろそろ逃げるのをやめないと。
My brother decided to face his problem head on. Now I have to stop running away from my own. Does that mean going to your home? All right.
そうだよ。俺ずっと逃げてる。好きな人からも、夢からも。
After all, I'm always running away from my dream and my love.
全然自分ってものがなくてフラフラしてて、ほんとかっこ悪いよな。 フリーの道を決めたのも君の言葉がきっかけだし。
I feel so stupid. I never have an opinion of my own. I only became a freelancer because of what you said. Because of me? I was a bit surprised and pushed further. Gil quietly tried to change the subject.
あ、ごめん。
It's nothing. Gil looked like he made a mistake. I tried to press, but I pressed harder. I persisted. Sorry, I'm wearing a skirt and a cardigan that likes to roll up. Gil, what did you mean by that? What did I say to you?
あ、いや、前に盗み聞きしちゃったことがあるんだ。
I
君
happened
と
to
クラリスが話してたやつ。
eavesdrop on you and Clarice one time.
君は恋人とは一緒にいたいって言ってただろ。だから。
You said you wanted to be with your partner for as long as possible. That's why Gil stopped speaking after that. I was trying my hardest to remember what conversation he meant. To be together with my partner? Did I say that? I thought that was Clarice. When did I say that? Then it hit me. Voice changer. Oh my god. That was when we were playing around with the voice changing app.
ボイス交換アプリ？
Voice app? Yeah, Clarice told me about this app that got popular in Cutie Diner. We were playing around with it. Yeah.
そうそう。
Yeah. I don't need the flashback. It's true that we were talking about romance and love, only we were using the voice changing app. I wanted to be with someone who works hard. Clarice wanted to be with someone as often as possible. Gil must have overheard us. Then he mistook Clarice's words for mine and thought I was saying that, and I wanted to be with a partner as often as possible. That's why you chose to become a freelancer? It's a stupid reason to become a freelancer. I felt my heart stop. If that's the case, then Gil's life changed because of me, even though the truth is different. Gil, don't tell me that you became a freelancer because of that conversation.
いや、そうだけど。いや、違うんだ。俺が勝手に勘違いして勝手に突っ走っただけだから、君は悪くないよ。
No, well, maybe, but not really. I just misunderstood and charged ahead without thinking. This isn't your fault. I know
そ
it's
もそも好
not.
きな人に尽くすために激務以外を選ぼうっていうのはずっと前から考えていたし。
I've always wanted to avoid long working hours so that I could dedicate myself to the person I like. He scratches his cheek while wearing a melancholic smile. I heard him call himself pitiful under his breath.
俺はあの頃ろくに目的も持たないで生きてたんだ。家を出たのだって自由恋愛がしたいからだし、進路を決めたのだって君の面倒を見たいからだった。
Back then, I didn't have a purpose. That's why I ran away to find love. I chose my path because I wanted to care for you.
自分の主体なんてどこにもなくて、諦めるほどの夢すらなかったんだ。
I didn't feel
で、
independent.
そんな自分に最近気づいて呆れた。
I didn't have a dream to even give up on. I feel disgusted with myself for realizing that so recently.
俺って結局何かから逃げてばっかりで、自分で自分のことを決めたことがなかった。
In the end, I was always running away from something. I was never running towards anything.
でも本当は夢があったんだって思い出したんだ。君と話したおかげで。
But I actually did have a dream I wanted to run towards thanks to talking with you. I remembered it. With me?
この間電話で言ってただろ。夢を追っている人がいいって。
On the phone the other day, you remarked that you like people who follow their dreams. It's true that I said that on our call. Gil had asked me who I found attractive, and I said someone who follows their dreams. My words are motivating Gil once again, because he's just a clay. And he will go whichever direction he is pulled. But I wonder why I feel more happiness than guilt this time. Gil's loves of cars is not something that happened because of me. Instead, it's a childhood dream. I did say that. I said the same when Clarice and I were using the voice changing app and on our phone call too.
そっか。あの時クラリスの言葉だと思ってたのが君の言葉なのか。君はじゃあ昔から夢を追っている人がいいんだね。
So what I thought was Clarice's words were actually yours. You're actually always like someone who's a go-getter. Yeah, seeing someone push themselves and give it their all is encouraging to me.
そっか。
I understand. Gill looked at me with a passionate gaze. His eyes glow with the depth of his love. He only has eyes for me. Love can affect people deeply. Even the gods can feel it too. I know that, but somehow I can't stop talking with Gill. Gill took his dream seriously because of my words. Even so, I'm still so happy that Gill is chasing after them. Gill, your dream is to write articles for Carcraft Route, right?
うん。
Yeah. You have loved reading it since you were a child, right?
そうだよ。だからやっぱり俺、カークラフトロードの出版社に入れるように頑張ってみる。
Yep, that's why I'm working to get hired to their publisher. Really? My eyes lit up with joy. Gill nodded bashfully in response.
うん。結構激務の会社だって聞いてるから、入れたらあんまり家事とかできなくなるかもしれないけど。
Yeah, I hear the company has long hours, so I might not be able to do much housework, but I think that's okay. You're also not going to live here forever, my guy. In order for him to focus on his dream, I... think about dividing up housework. Maybe that's the right answer. You know, even love is never selfish. It's impossible to do the housework and work long hours. Maybe I can ask Gill to take care of chores only on his days off. I think about divvying up the chores for a while, then nodded. Yeah, it's more than alright. You can leave the housework to me.
ありがとう。じゃあ無事受かったら分担について話させて。
If I do manage to get hired, let's rethink how we do the chores. Of course, we should involve Clarice in our discussion, but anyways, you have my support. I said that with confidence. Gill smiles and nods.
うん。君がそう言ってくれるなら一緒にが。
I guess I'm going to support him fully. I don't feel like that's the right answer. Okay, so that sounds messed up. But hear me out. You need to be even. I don't know. I'm all about balancing this thing. Support him. Of course, I got your back. You remember when we talked about dinner? Before dinner, I was going to suggest helping you with the housework.
え、
Really?
そうなの?
Yeah, during our call, you said you were working hard to get hired at Carcraft Route. But you're having trouble because you're so busy with all the housework. I realized that during lunch today. I want to support your dream, so I'll handle the housework. Let me help you, Gill.
君はありがとう。
Thank you.
嬉しいよ。なんか照れくさいや。
Honestly, that makes me so happy. This is so embarrassing. See, that sounds nicer, but, you know, being like, you know what? We're going to split it. We're going to do this together.
君がそう言ってくれるなら、一緒に頑張れる人がいいって言ってくれるなら、俺、夢を追えるよ。
When you say that, I feel like I can chase my dreams and finally be with the one in my heart. Be the one in my heart.
本気でアウトロード車を狙ってみる。
Be with the one in my heart. That's her. She's right there.
就活頑張るよ。
I'll do my best to get a job with Outroad. Gill looked at me with a calm, clear expression. He's not looking at me. Rather, he's visualizing his dream. When I realized that, I felt elated. I'm so happy for you, Gill. Chasing after dreams. A few days after Gill started his job hunt, it seemed like he already achieved his goal. He concentrated, worked hard, and was instantly hired at Outroad. Instantly. Congratulations, Gill.
ありがとう。
Thanks. After hearing Gill's news, I hurriedly prepared a celebration party. Gill picked off the party cracker streamers from his hair and smiles
まさ
bashfully.
か帰ってきていきなりこんなに祝ってもらえるなんて思わなかったよ。
I didn't think you'd celebrate with me so soon. Are you kidding? After hearing your good news, of course I would. I prepared the crab cakes all by myself this time. I brought over the food from the kitchen. Gil's eyes lit up.
うわー、嬉しいな。ありが
I
と
haven't
う。
had a crab. Am I thinking of a crab cake or a salmon patty? I don't know. Amazing. This is great. Thank you. Thanks in return. Now let's eat. As usual, Clarice is out and about. That means it's just the two of us for dinner. I think she was being considerate of Gill and I, but even with time and space, I still haven't fully organized my feelings yet. I had hoped Clarice would join our celebration. I sent her a message, but she replied with a coy, "Two's company, but three's a crowd. Enjoy your alone time." I've been feeling more nervous when we're alone together. I wish Clarice had came home tonight. But Clarice already made her decision. I gave up and decided to celebrate with just Gill and I.
じゃあ、いただきます。
Well, let's dig in. Yes, eat your fill. There was a feast lining the table. There's crab cakes, fresh salad, and hot soup. All of it was made by yours truly. Clarice and I takes turns cooking dinner, so it's not the first time I've had someone eat my cooking. Still, this time has me feeling nervous. I feel that this is Gil's favorite food. I feel even more nervous about his opinion of my cooking. I gulp as Gill takes a bite of the crab cake. He chews on it and suddenly gasps.
これ、すごい美味しい。
This is delicious. Really?
ああ、今まで食べたクラブケーキの中で一番美味しいよ。
This is one of the best crab cakes I've ever eaten. He looks at me with a bright, honest smile. He continues to devour the crab cake. Thank goodness. I'm so relieved. He likes it. All of my tension fades away. Finally, I start eating too. The flavor is pretty average. I didn't know what Gill was so impressed with. But at least my crab cakes weren't a total failure. What a relief. So you're starting at Out Road tomorrow?
そうなんだよ。人手が足りないみたいでさ、すぐに来てくれって言われちゃって。
Yeah, they're short-staffed right now, so they wanted me to start immediately. That's great. I'm so happy for you, Gill. You really got hired at your dream job. Gill smiles gently. It's the kind of smile that comes from the heart.
うん、本当に嬉しいよ。やっぱり自分の気持ちに素直になったのが良かったのかな。
I really am so happy. Thanks for being more honest with myself.
実はさ、ずっとアウトロード社の出した課題がこなせなくて悩んでいたんだ。それで応募する勇気が出ないままだった。
Truth be told, I was having a lot of trouble writing my sample for Outroad. That's why I didn't feel any courage.
でもこの間兄さんが帰った後に君と話したことで変なこだわりとかがなくなって純粋に車が好きだって言えるようになったんだ。
But when my brother came and you talked to us, I decided to give it an honest try anyways and just shared my love for cars.
だから入社できたのは君のおかげだよ。
It's all thanks to your encouragement that I got hired at Outroad. That's not true. You got hired because you worked hard and are worth it, Gill.
でも君は俺の素性を知っても実家を出た理由を聞いても態度を変えないでいてくれたから。
But even after figuring things out, you still didn't change how you think of me.
だから大したことないんだって思えて純粋に車が好きだった頃の気持ちを取り戻せたんだ。ありがと
That's
う。
why I realized my
俺
worries
を
were
否
so
定しないで
small.
くれて。
Because of you, I could rediscover my past love of cars. Thank you. Gill, I can hear the sound of my heartbeat in my ears. It's beating harder and faster than ever before. I still don't understand why exactly that is. I felt happy that joy made my heart leap. Naturally, that made me smile. I see. I'm glad to be able to support your dreams. I've always got your back. I won't mess up the laundry this time. You can trust me to take care of everything, underwear included.
いや、パンツは自分で洗うよ。
I'll take care of the underwear. Oh, I don't mind. I won't even mistake it for a lunch mat this time.
いや、そうじゃなくて。
That's not what I meant. Gill blushed furiously and glared at me. It's a different expression than usual, almost like he's actually upset at me.
とにかくパンツは自分でやるから。でも他の洗濯はごめん。頼む時もあるかも。
I'll take care of my own underwear, though I might have to ask you for help with my other laundry sometimes. You can count on me. After all, teamwork makes the dream work.
おー。
Gill's mouth remains open for some reason as he stares at me. Suddenly, he looks down at the crab cake and practically inhaled them.
一緒に頑張るってそういうことか。俺今まで全然分かってなかったんだな。
That's what it means to support one another. I feel like I never understood that until this very moment. He mumbles to himself while devouring crab cakes. The speed and amount he ate was completely different from Clarice's appetite. Gil, there's still plenty of crab cakes. Do you want some more?
食べる。
Load me up. He ate so many, yet he's still hungry? That's crab-tastic. I realized that Gil truly was a man after all. I don't know what that means. I went into the kitchen to get another portion for Gil. And then, for the next day, I started to see Gil less and less frequently. I'm home. Gil isn't here again. However, there was someone else to welcome me back.
あ、おかえり。ご飯食べてるよ。
You're back. I'm already eating. Oh, Clarice, you're home today.
まあね。ギルから連絡あったの。なかなか帰れないし、あなたが一人なのが心配だから、ちゃんと家に帰ってくれってね。
Sure am. Gil called me and said that he's worried about you being alone. He basically ordered me to come home for you. I see. Despite his hectic schedule, Gil still has time to be overly protective for me. I walked to the fridge to get something so I can eat with Clarice. I opened the door and I was shocked to find lots of prepared meals. Did you do this, Clarice?
まさか。ギルよ、ギル。私たちの夕飯のおかず、作っておいてくれたの。
Heh, no way. You already know who did it. And check it out. Gil made a bunch of food. But Gil's already so busy. My heart aches at the thought of all his efforts. I decided to support him, but no matter what, he's still taking care of me. In fact, once his apartment's done, he's leaving anyway, so why don't we stop acting like this is forever? I felt so pitiful and mortified at the same time, but Gil's not around for me to apologize to or thank. This is a magazine, right? Like, don't they have normal office hours? I'm confused. I guess I'll have some of this then. I'll go message him and express my gratitude for the meal I plan to eat. I warmed up the food and went to the dining table to eat with Clarice. Dinner time! I started to eat the food that Gil prepared for us. I recognized Gil's distant style of seasoning immediately. It's not distant, it's distinct. Of course, his cooking is delicious, as it always is. Yet because he wasn't at the dining table, I felt sad. Later that night, I was playing with my phone in my room when I heard Gil come back. He's home. It's been a while since he came back while I was still up. Outroad is known for its long work hours. Gil's must be working so hard every day. The desire to see Gil's face feels strong inside me. I got out of bed and headed to the living room. I made sure I didn't wake Clarice up by opening the door slowly. Gil was just getting out of the bathroom. Welcome home, Gil.
ごめん、起こしちゃった。
Sorry, did I wake you up? No, I was still awake. I pretended that everything is fine as I smile. Gil was wiping his hair dry with a towel as he changed. Then he picked up his work badge.
じゃあごめん、俺また行ってくるから。
Sorry, but I'm heading back out. You're going back?
うん、ちょっと物を取りに来たついでにシャワー浴びただけなんだ。
I only came home to get some stuff and take a shower. I see, so is work fun?
楽しいよ。車を好きだって思いを文字で伝えられて、すっごく楽しい。
It's so much fun. I finally get to put my love for cars in writing. That's wonderful, Gil.
うん。じゃあ、おやすみ。
Good night. Gil gave me a calm smile and wave before he leaves the apartment. After the door shuts, I stay in the living room for a while. I still didn't understand what emotion I was feeling. These days, Gil and I seem to cross paths less and less frequently. That's what I wanted for Gil. I wanted him to follow his dreams no matter what. Finally, the man who always been thinking of me is starting to live for himself. I should be happy for him. I am happy. But my feelings are like weights getting heavier day by day. I feel like this is dramatic. That day, Gil came back at 2 in the morning. Gil's back. I was already in bed, so I didn't get up to say hello. He'd feel bad and might think he woke me if I got up. Gil would probably take it to heart. I haven't seen his face in a while. I feel a bit lonesome. I sit up in bed thinking about how to welcome him home. I thought I heard him putting on his shoes and leaving again. He was only dropping in to get something. Chi. Half asleep, Chi wanders out from under the sheets. I hugged Chi and patted his back as my thoughts drifted to Gil. Gil, I wonder how he's doing these days. We live under the same roof in the same house, yet I have no idea what he's up to. The last time I saw him was a week ago. This is too dramatic. You can tell me this place he's working for has weird hours, but like, no. He's not just leaving and getting one thing and leaving again. He has to sleep. Just like she has a job. Like, you're making this so extreme. It's as if like he was right to be a freelancer before this. Oh my goodness. I wonder what he's thinking about. I wonder how he spends his days. Even those ordinary things interest me. Like, everyone gets a day off. Even if it's one day, they get a day off. Speaking of which, Gil hasn't sent me any messages recently. I pick up my phone, but there's no new notifications. I'm sure Gil's just so busy that he doesn't have any spare time. Yet, he still makes food for us despite seldomly coming home. I open the fridge and, as always, find loads of cooked foods there. Gil must have come back. But when? When, my dude? Remember, you're supposed to be supporting his dream, and yet you're not. You're just crying. I'm just saying. I feel like they're making this an extreme. This happens, right? Me and my sister both work, and like sometimes I only see her in the morning and I only see her at night. And that's it. And that's fine. That's just how work is. And then we'll have a day off and we can make plans. But like, in the end, the only chores I can do are clean the room or wash and iron Gil's shirts. That's all I've got. Sometimes I make dinner, but Gil never comes back. The food ends up being my breakfast. I really hope Gil's taking care of himself. I wonder how his health is doing, but of course I have no way of finding out because even though we live together, I'm too scared to text him or expect him to text me back, and I'm too scared to write him a note and leave it on like his bed if he has a bed, because that'd be cute. And I make food that he never eats, but he sometimes comes home to take a shower in the middle of the night, so if you make him food, he should at least see that when he comes by for leaving it out for him to see. Inconsistencies. I have no way to find out. I haven't seen or heard him at all. You have no way to find out. That's another thing too. You can text him. I mumbled to myself. I felt lonely. Gil. I softly say his name as I lean forward into my knees. I had taken Gil's presence for granted. I thought he'd always be around. I thought I could hear his voice whenever I wanted. But I was wrong. Gil's a man with his own life. He doesn't belong to me, not completely. I mull over that single simple fact. Also, where is he and where are you? You're sitting on your bed and it's supposed to be the middle of the night. Well, it's bright and sunny where he is. I'd been spoiled rotten by Gil back then and even now. Now I feel so alone. I finally understood what it means to feel immense loneliness after voicing my feelings. I didn't know this before. I thought only humans felt lonely. I never knew how much this emotion would hurt. Even when I couldn't see mom or dad or auntie, I was never in pain. Now, Gil. I mumble his name and only silence answers me. Not even Chi. Chi doesn't answer you. Sweet little Chi. That day, I was working late at the office again. Just like other days, I was writing an article about the newly announced car model at the Lost York Motor Show.
エンジンは全グレードが4連スリーブブロック採用で、最高出力は 130PS、最大トルクは
4-cylinder sleeve dock. Additionally, the maximum output is an impressive 130 PS. The maximum throttle torque is
また LCI 車は PA 型 985cc 直 4OHC エンジンの搭載などで注目を浴び、
LCI is gaining attention for the PA model 985cc inline 4OCH engine.
おいギル、そろそろ帰って明日の取材に備えておけ。
Gill, you should go home and prep for tomorrow's interview.
すいません。ここがあとちょっとで。
Sorry, I'm almost done with this.
へえ、また力作じゃないか。
Wow, that's quite a piece you got there, and you just broke my hyperfocus, so now you've ruined my night.
まだ完成してないんで覗き込まないでく
No
ださ
sneak
い。
peeks, I'm not done yet.
どうせ原稿が上がったら大勢の人に読まれるんだ。早いも遅いもないだろ。
Eyes are going to be all over it once you're done. Who cares if I get a preview now or later?
これは完成したものしか見せたくないんですよ。
I don't like showing my work before it's all done.
いいね、そのクリエイター気質。原稿の完成、楽しみにしてるよ。でも今日はもう帰るぞ。お前と俺しか残っていない。
That's the writer in you. I'll look forward to the finished product. Still go home. We're the only ones here right now.
俺
What? I look around and notice that the office is completely empty. It seems I was concentrating so hard that I didn't notice.
いつもみんな1時ぐらいまで帰らないのに。って、もう2時？
Usually, most of us don't go home until around 1 a.m. Wait, is it already 2? I look at the clock and realize just how late it is. Time sure flies when I'm writing.
すみません。今帰る支度します。
I'm so sorry. I'll head home right now.
もう今日は早く帰ってコインランドリーに行きたいって思ってたのに。
I have to hurry home so I can go to the laundromat. Why? I think I'm almost out of clean underwear. I had every intention of washing them, but I just don't have any time. Buy new underwear. I guess I have no choice but to pick up a six-pack on the way home. I hurry up and prepare to leave. When I tried to shove my laptop into my bag, I ended up dropping a ton of documents that were stacked on my desk.
やっちゃった。
I dropped some books along with the documents. They scattered all over the place.
ん？これなんだ？
What's this?
それは。
I quickly tried to grab it, but it was too late. My coworker looked at the item and his eyes went
な
wide.
んだこれ？ラブレター。しかもこれも、こっちに落ちてるのも。大作じゃないか、ギル。どうしたんだこ
Write
れ？
a book if he wants to. A love letter. Wait, there's more. Are you writing a book or something, Gil? What's going on here?
仕事してたらどんどん言葉が浮かんできて忘れないようにメモしておいたやつです。ただのメモなのに見られた。
These words kept popping into my head. I was just jotting them down so I don't forget. This is the worst. You even saw the letter I wrote that had been hidden inside my handbook.
こんな熱量があって綺麗な文章がただのメモ？本当か？
Gil, these are beautifully written. There's so much passion. Are you sure these aren't just these are just memos?
そうですけど。
Very sure.
いや、まさかとは思うが、このレベルのラブレターがまだ家にあったりしないか？
Don't tell me this happens at home too.
そりゃありますけど、何ですか？
It does, but why are you asking about them? I felt so mortified about the letters that I started being curt. My coworker's eyes lit up and he grabbed me by the shoulders.
ギル、これ雑誌で連載しよ
Gil, let's put these in the magazine.
これただの個人的なラブレターですよ。
These are just personal love letters.
う。だが、人の心を動かす強い力がある。とんでもないぞ、このラブレターは。お前の重たい愛が存分に才能として生かされてる。
These are so moving. They're amazing. You can tell the love is what's motivating you. These could be a game changer.
これを雑誌で連載して、それで最後に一冊の本にするんだ。絶対ベストセラーになるぞ。
We'll serialize them in the magazine, then compile them into a book. I'm sure it'll be a hit.
嫌ですよ。俺は自分の愛を切り売りなんてしたくないんです。
No, thank you. My love doesn't have a price tag.
でも売れるぞ。売れれば有名になる。そしたら、この片思いの相手にも振り向いてもらえるんじゃないか？
But it can, and it should. Your love letters could make you famous. Maybe then your love won't be so one-sided.
なんで片思いって。
How did you know it was one-sided?
そりゃ、このラブレター見ればわかるだろ
I can tell by looking at the letters.
う
It's true that I really want her to reciprocate my feelings. My coworker was spot on how I
う。し
felt.
かし、ギルはやっぱり好きなこととなると文才がずば抜けるな。さすが、愛を作る人ってだけあるわ。
Gil, your talent really shines when you're doing something you love. After all, you're the one who crafts love, you know?
別に名前は関係ないじゃないですか。
The name has nothing to do with us. I felt embarrassed and looked down. Lovecraft, someone who crafts love. If people knew my surname, everyone would think about LCI since we deal with cars. For now, no one's brought it up directly yet. I get the feeling people know and are just ignoring it. Everyone is kind enough to avoid the topic. Because of that, I'm able to work at Outroad without issue.
まあ、それよりさ、前にお前、キューピッドコーポレーションに入会してたって言ってたよな。
Since we're talking about love, didn't you say you were a Cupid Corps member at some point?
ああ、まあ、もうやめましたけど。
I was, but I quit a while back.
なんだ、やめたのか。ちょっと聞きたいことがあったんだけど
Did
な。
you? I got a question.
聞きたいこと？
Which is?
なあ、ちょっと妙な噂を聞いてな。近々お前に頼みたいことがあるかもしれない。
I
それ
heard
より、
some rumor
今日は
there
もう帰るぞ。
that I might have to ask for your help with. Anyways, just go home for today. He taps me on the shoulder and passes the scattered love letters back to me. My coworker has a meek expression on his face, but I was more focused on my underwear situation. Dun dun. Dun dun. Dun dun. I can hear the bells. The bells, they're ringing. The bright sun cast a dark shadow by my feet. Today I was out and about with Gil. Our days off happened to match up. It's been so long since we've seen each other. I was happy to spend time with him, but there was an awkwardness hanging in the air.
うん
I was quietly looking into his eyes, but then I looked away suddenly. I don't know why I can't just talk to him like normal. We've always been comfortable with each other. I was never this nervous. Is it because we haven't seen each other in a while, but when we reunited at Cupid Corps, that there was a 2-year gap. I really thought I could relax around Gil. He always put me at ease. Yet having Gil at my side makes me so happy. I didn't know I could feel like this. I couldn't help but laugh with joy. Apparently, my laughter was contagious because Gil also started laughing.
久しぶりだね。こうやって二人で歩くの。
It's been a while since we got to spend time together like this. I'm glad you're doing okay. I was starting to get worried. I hope you're looking after yourself okay.
心配してくれてたんだ。
You were worried for me? Of course, Gil. I even cooked dinner for you, just in case, even though you don't often come home.
そうだったんだ。君が作ってくれたご飯食べそびれてもったいないことしたな。
I'd love to eat your cooking.
でも、そっか。俺のこと心配してくれてたんだ。忙しいのも悪いことじゃないな。
You were worried for me? I guess it's not too bad being so busy. I wanted to treat you today, Gil. It's been a while since your last day off. Is there something you'd like to do or see?
うん。俺のやりたいことか。そうだな。久しぶりに体動かしたいな。最近デスクワークで運動不足だし。
Something I'd like to do. Well, I'd like to get some exercise. I've been on desk duty with way too long recently.
実はちょうど会社の人にショッピングストリート内にボルダリングスタジオができたって聞いたんだ。
Bouldering. Bouldering. What? According to a coworker, told me that there is a bouldering studio that just opened up on the shopping street. Shopping street? Do you mean 6th Avenue?
うん。ボルダリングやったことないんだけど、一度やってみたいなって思ってて。どう？
Yep, I've never tried bouldering before, but there's a first time for everything. What do you say? What do you say? What do you say to climbing some rock walls? Oh, boulder, I see. Let's do it. I've always wanted to try it. Besides, today's a day for Gill. I would have answered in his favor regardless of how I feel.
よかった。じゃあ行こうか。
Awesome. Shall we go then? Gill smiles and starts walking towards the studio. He told me we can rent clothes there, so there's no worries. Walking alongside him like this reminds me of our practice date. Back then, Gill was way too overbearing. It was super intimidating. But things are different now. He's a lot more subtle about looking after me. Plus, he doesn't constantly hold my hand. We're close enough that our shoulders almost touch, but we're still walking without holding hands. For some reason, I felt closer to him walking like this than I ever did when I held his hand. Interesting. We arrived at the bouldering studio at the corner of the shopping street. The place is popular since you can come as you are. Alternatively, if you're already in sportswear, you can climb as well. The staff explained the rules and guidelines. Then I went and borrowed clothes. Gill and I looked at the wall. Wow, this is pretty
これ
steep.
はいい運動になりそうだな。上まで行けるかな。
This will be a pretty nice workout. I wonder if I can make it all the way to the top. Let's make it a race.
いいね。
Sounds good, but are you up for the challenge? Gill and I started warming up while laughing. I followed with what he was doing closely. We stretched our hamstrings, then pulled on our arms to help each other get limber. We applied some liquid chalk to our palms to prevent slippage. Now we're ready to go and attempt the bouldering wall. I feel like that's the rock wall. There and there. There's a lot, honestly. This should be more spread out. Wow, Gill is so fast. Gill quickly scales the wall. I do my best to climb up the same way. He's making more progress than me. I had to stop and think about where to put my hands next as I played it slow and steady. I don't know if I'm just bad at exercising or too new to bouldering, but I couldn't hold on and fell off. Not again.
大丈夫？俺が下から指示出すから待ってて。
You okay? I'll give you some pointers from below, so hold on. Gill looked below him in preparation for his descent, but I shook my head. Then, it wouldn't be a real challenge. If Gill taught me how to climb, that would feel like cheating. After all, we're competing to see who can race to the top first. I want to get there without relying on him. There we go.
わ、そっちから行く？
Well, you're going from there? Gill was surprised to see me start climbing so quickly. That's to be expected because I chose a tougher route than before. I don't want to lose to you. I reached out and grabbed onto the edge and I pulled myself up little by little. Gill watched me with a worried expression, but he knew I was starting to get stubborn, so he kept his thoughts to himself.
わかった。じゃあ俺も負けないよ。
All right, well, all right then. Time to get my head in the game. He seemed relaxed as he continues to his ascent. He's going so smoothly that I can't believe it's only his first time bouldering. I thought Gill was a homebody. Gill found his next position as he glanced and scaled even higher. He's unexpectedly athletic. Actually, he's pretty muscular too. I thought Gill was on my level, but turns out he's actually pretty fit. It's all hidden under his clothes. I had no idea. During Parasite House, Gill often felt sad about not being as buff as the others, but I don't think that's true. He's much more built than I am. Different bodies, different bodies altogether. Then again, I suppose every body is different. Wait a minute. When did I start being more conscious about the difference between us? I never thought of myself as a girl. I've only ever thought about myself as Cupid. But it seems that my self-perception is changing because of Gill. I don't know how that happened. Continue to scale the bouldering wall. The sun had gone down before I realized it. Wow, that was so much fun, but my arms are aching. I think last time someone was in front of this. UGC Barbie's New York. Barbie's New York, okay.
ほんと、これは明日は筋肉痛になるな。
I could say the same. Tomorrow's muscle pain is going to be terrible. Gill flexes his arms a bit. I readily agree that I'll be just as sore tomorrow. So, what do you want to do next?
そうだな。お腹も減ったし、そろそろ何か食べに行こっか。
I'm hungry after all that climbing. How about we grab a bite? Sounds good. What do you want to get?
そうだな。この近くに確か美味しい魚介料理の店があって。
I think there's a pretty good seafood restaurant nearby. As he spoke, I heard a message notification ping on Gill's smartphone.
ごめん。仕事のメールだ。ちょっと見ていい？
Sorry, it's a work message. Mind if I take care of it? No, no problem. It's rare for Gill to do his work when he's in front of me. His expression turns serious as he looks at me.
ねえ、最近って社長に会ってる？
Say, have you seen the president recently? The president? No, I haven't. He's been so busy recently that I haven't seen him around the office. How come?
いや、会ってないならいいんだ。それとごめん。もう一個質問いいかな。
If you haven't, that's fine. But sorry, can I ask you another question?
パラサイトハウスの番組の後、何か変わったこととかあった？
Did you notice anything strange happening after Parasite House aired? Strange? The only thing that comes to mind is the comment section incident. However, I really don't want to bring that up right now. I don't think so.
そっか。
Got it. Gill fusses with his hair while glaring at his smartphone screen. I wonder what happened. He looks on edge. I got the feeling that Gill would suddenly leave, so I waited anxiously for him to react. But then Gill puts away his phone and simply smiles.
ごめんごめん。大した連絡じゃなかったよ。それより夕飯だよね。どこにしよっか。
Sorry, it wasn't anything major. Now let's get some dinner. Where do you want to go? He's lying to me for sure. I've seen Gill's true smile before. This isn't it. If it's something major, why would he smile so falsely? Why would he lie to me at all? Gill? I've never thought he would lie to me like this. I suddenly feel so lonely and cold that I called out his name.
あ、ギル。
Hey, Gill! That voice, Raul! I look up and see a familiar sight. Raul is approaching us.
やっぱりギルだ。久しぶり。
I knew it was you. Long time no see. Gill, what's up?
え、ライル。なんでここに？撮影？
No, Raul, what are you doing here? Are you filming something?
今日はオフの日だからちょっと調査をしに来たんだ。
Nah, it's my break day. I'm here to investigate. Investigate?
ここに数日前 UFO みたいなものが降りたって噂があってさ、俺はそれが神なんじゃないかって思ったんだ。
A few days ago, allegedly there was a UFO sighting. My guess is that it's actually some sort of interstellar god. There he goes again with the mythology this and mythology that. Raul might be a silly wood honk, but in his heart, he's just a mythology nerd.
UFO？ そんな噂あったっけ？
There was a rumor about a UFO.
と言っても一般には流れてないのかな。俺が入ってる神話討論会のグループチャットで出てきた話だから。
Not public knowledge. I got the 411 from my mythology group chat.
UFO が見つかったならアブダクションでもあったかなって思って調べてたんだ。アブダクションって要は神隠しだろ？
If there's a UFO present, that means abductions too. In fact, some theorize that that's what being spirited away is. Spirited away. Somehow the phrase sounded divine. I'm quite self-conscious about being Cupid in the moment, so I feel a bit nervous.
実はさ、最近はみんなで神隠しについて調べているんだ。
Yeah, our group's actually investigating the spirit away concept together.
それでさ、最近の調査によると、神隠しにあった人ってみんなの記憶に残らないらしいって分かったんだ。
According to our reports, people who are successfully spirited away seem to be forgotten by everyone who knew them. Really?
そう。でもさ、それが本当だったら、実際に神隠しがあったか調べる方法ってないよね。その人がいたかどうか、誰も覚えてないんだし。
And if that were true, then there'd be no way to verify a spirited away case because there'd be no memory of that person. He's got a good point.
でも、ちょいちょい文献を調べていると、そんな文章が出てくるからさ。最近は切り口を変えて、神隠しについて調べてるんだよね。
Trying to cross my legs, but instead I'm pushing the desk. Okay. A lovely little heart-covered blinky got caught in my... I think I've said this before many a times actually. I have a little footstool underneath my desk, so it gets caught in everything. I'm sure my camera didn't mess up when I did that. I've done my research, but this happens so often. There's a variety of methods, so we're still investigating. I wonder if being spirited away is really true. The gods don't take humans to Celestia. They may descend to play around with the human realm, but if they took one back to Celestia, Lord Jupiter would be furious. Is that... Hang on, my brain. I can look it up on my phone. Lord Jupiter. I'm not trying to see what he looks like. Actually, Lord Jupiter. Thor was sometimes equated with the Roman god Jupiter. Okay. Just making sure. They may descend to play around with the human realm, but if they took one back to Celestia, Lord Jupiter would be furious. That's why I'm not sure getting spirited away really happens. For some reason, Gill looked at me. I wonder what would happen if I took Gill back to Celestia, would everyone on Earth forget about him? No way! Once I get promoted, I'll prove myself to Dad, then I can properly return to Celestia on my own 2 feet. But if I return alone, that means separating myself from Gill, doesn't it? Wait. My heart ached at the thought. I put my hands over my chest.
どうしたの?
Leah, what's wrong? Sorry, Gill. I think I overdid it on the bouldering. I'm just tired right now. Yes, this deep ache has to be muscle pain. Has to be. I have spasms sometimes. I understand. My heart hurts, but I'm feeling winded. I'm exercised hard enough that my pecs are cramping up, I think.
そっか。じゃあ今日はもう帰ろっか。夕飯を久しぶりに作るよ。
I understand. Well, let's just head home. Instead of eating out, I'll make dinner. Or we could just use what's in the fridge. Oh, wonderful. I've missed your cooking. The moment I imagine the smell of Gil's cooking, the ache in my chest disappears.
じゃあラウル、俺たちはもう帰るよ。またね。
Ooh, Raul, her wish is my demand. We will be going. I will see you later.
またね。
Yeah, later. Raul, you're still the most suspicious guy of this game. We say goodbye to Raul and headed back home. The idea of being spirited away stays in my thoughts all the way back home. What a surprise. I didn't expect to see Raul today. Yeah, on our way home, Gil and I picked up some ingredients from the store. I look up at the sky while walking along beside him. Suddenly, Gil stopped. Gil, what's wrong?
ねえ、君はさっきの話信じる？神隠しなんてさ。
Do you believe in that spirited away thing Raul said? Honestly, I'm not sure. It doesn't feel real to me. What about you?
俺はゾッとしたよ。君ってなんだか神隠しに合いそうなところがあるからさ。
It gave me the chills. Honestly, I have this sinking feeling that you might get spirited away. Me? Gil was looking at me with such a serious, stoic expression. I couldn't just downplay his remarks. That's a
俺
good
の前で
point.
勝手にいなくならないでね。
What
頼むから
if, when a person like her leaves Earth, that's when those spirited away rumors got started? Please don't disappear on me. It grabs my arm, leaving me at a loss for words. I came to spend time with the human realm to show Dad the wonders of humanity. But being here means that I will accidentally influence my surroundings. I finally understood my impact. I also don't want Gil or Clarice to go away, but eventually I'll be disappearing from their lives. Yeah, okay. I won't just disappear without warning. I nod, and once more my heart aches. I know it's because I'm lying. Making sure my drink's not like bleeding on me. One day I will have to return to Celestia. I don't know when that will be. It could be today, tomorrow, or sometime in the future. I'm not human. I am the goddess of love, Cupid. Gil and I are so different from one another. That's why I don't know if I can be with him. I take a deep breath. I can't lose sight of my goal or who I am. I close my eyes and think about Celestia ahead of me. Gil turns around. I wonder what he'll answer with, but really, what am I expecting him to say? Do you believe in God? Is destiny set? Say, Gil, do you believe in God?
神様？
Kami-sama? Yeah. You said you're afraid of being spirited away, so I wonder if you believe in God. I thought that was an ordinary, everyday kind of question, but Gil started to grow uneasy.
そっか、そういうことになるのか。神様か。実はあんまり信じてはいないんだよね。
Don't really believe in God, if I'm being honest. When he says he doesn't believe, I feel a pang of sadness echo through me, but Gil continues on.
でも運命の神様とかキューピッドならいるって思ってる。だってまた君と会わせてくれたから。
But I do believe in the God of fate and Cupid. I believe God because he brought us together again. Huh? Gil believes in the God of fate. He also believes in Cupid, the God of matchmaking and love. What should I do? I'm happy. I wonder if that would still happen if she said destiny. Let's see. Let's load that back up just in case. It's a 10. Okay. Not the wrong button. It's destiny set. Gil, do you believe in fate?
運命？
Fate. Yeah, like people being predestined to be spirited away. Some people are destined to find their dream job or even true love. It's as if there's an invisible hand guiding them towards their fate, that kind of feeling. There are unexplained events that can only be described as fate, but I think that sometimes it's just the gods. I replied with a smile. Gill smiled in kind.
そうだね。運命はあると思うよ。
Actually, I do believe in
ま
destiny.
た君と巡り会えたんだから。
After all, I was able to meet with you. Gill smiles with confidence, and again, my heart hurts. I think I know the name of this emotion just resonated inside me. I just need to be brave and own up to it. Okay. That's weird. The other one felt more, Was that a chapter? That felt like it was a very small chapter. First love tastes like blue cheese.
もう聞いてくださいよ。あの子ぜ
Why am I so happy? Is it because Gill believes in the true me? Or is it because Gill is accepting my status as a god? I see. Maybe they exist. I laughed and skipped home with glee. That sounds like running. Behind me, Gill was carrying our supermarket haul. He calls out to me to wait as he chases after me. I wonder if Gill will always be chasing me like this. Maybe one day we can walk side by side at the same pace. Cupid, god of love, do you know what this feeling is called? I look up at the night sky, calling out to another being that isn't myself. I think I know the name of this emotion that's resonating inside me. I just need to be brave and own up to it. First love still tastes like blue cheese. Gross, I might add.
もう
I'm probably checking my flowcharts too much. I think... Oh, I don't know. I also tried to get this bad ending. I'll have to double check on that one. Definitely not gonna finish today, but I might be able to get to here-ish, maybe, before I have to leave for the work.
もう聞いてくださいよ。あの子絶対恋しているのに全然気づかないんです。
You gotta understand, she is so in love, but she's too oblivious to it.
あらまあ、もうじれったいわ。ほんと無自覚でピュアね。
Oh, how annoying. She has like zero self-awareness.
ねえ。あとは自覚するだけなのよ。そうしたら私の肩の荷も下りるわ。
She just needs to face the facts. Personally, it would take a huge weight off of my shoulders.
ほんと。うちのあの子の面倒を見てくれてありがとね。助かっちゃうわ。
Thanks a bunch for watching over her. You saved me so much trouble.
当然よ。だって心配だもの。
It's no biggie. I'm worried about her too.
でも油断はできないわ。まだまだ見守ってあげないとね。あのキューピッドパラサイトちゃんを。
But we can't let up now. We gotta keep watching over our darling little Cupid Parasite. Oh. So they did know each other. Dun dun dun. I'm home! I came back from the office and looked around. Gill and Clary still haven't come home. Gill said he might be able to come home early today. Is he working overtime again? I look at my phone. There's a message notification from Clarice. I'll probably be out late tonight. Don't wait up for me, okay? Oh, she's not coming back tonight. Just as soon as I read that message, another pops up. Sorry, I probably won't be home before 9 or so. Go ahead and eat without me. And Gill's doing overtime, but he's still going to come home. I still have a chance to enjoy some tea with Gill around 9 p.m. That made me feel happy. Why am I so happy about this? I've always liked talking with Gill, but this is time I feel more than just happy. I'm glad, but there's a bit of heartache. It's the same feeling like when you eat too fast or drink something hard to swallow. Just a cutie. Hi, I see you're streaming. Yes, I will be streaming for another hour-ish, and then I have to leave for work. And then I will be streaming tomorrow, but tomorrow I'm a little not sure when it's going to start because I do have work tomorrow in the morning because my job's doing an inventory, which is why I'm working so late today. So we'll see. I'm not sure what my start's going to be tomorrow. And I'll be playing on Friday because I'm going to play Jack and Gina on Friday. Hopefully. We'll see. I might play a little Jack and Gina and play a little Cupid Parasite on Friday too, just depending on how my vibes are going. How are you today? I just arrived from uni, so I missed the beginning. That's okay. It's been, let's see. I can peek at the flowchart. It's been a lot of flashbacks. This story has a lot more flashbacks than I'm used to. I tried to get this bad ending and I didn't get it. I think I started about here. So we've done about 6-ish chapters, and if this was a full flashback for the memories of prom. I don't remember the God-given opportunity chapter, if I'm being honest. Lovecraft in love. Chasing after dreams. Basically, he's got a job. And he's not staying around as much, and he moved back in with the roommates. And she's sad. Are you Jack and Jen VODs on YouTube, right? Need to check them out. Yeah, the VODs are all on YouTube. There's only like 4. They are a bit disjointed. The reason I stopped playing was because it's very different. And so because it was so different, I was having trouble feeling like it. And I'm also apparently not that good at rhythm games. I used to be. When I was young, I used to play rhythm games all the time. I used to play the BTS rhythm game, Rhythm Heaven, a lot of other rhythm games. I thought I was good at them. Apparently I was lying to myself because I have yet to get a perfect... Actually, Guitar Hero. I also played Guitar Hero a lot. Thought I'd be great at this game. I never seen anything about the game. I just remember you saying you tried it out. It's very interesting. So I'll tell you the general premise. Yeah, the gameplay is different. The premise itself is there is a school that I can't remember the name of the school. That's how good I am at this. That is made. It's basically performing arts. It's all performing arts. It's all actor based, actors and singing. There's like 5. There's 5 specifically because that's the boys you can date. There's dance, singing, acting, directing, and I forgot the last one. Maybe it's all over. Maybe that one's all over. But you go to this school because your brother went to this school before you, and he graduated from this school and then he disappeared. Like you never saw your brother again after he graduated from this school. And this school is actually only for boys. Only boys. But the president wants to change that. President, principal, whichever one you want to go with, wants to change it. So he comes to you directly. Right? He's just gone. We don't know what happened to him. But he comes to you directly and says, hey, would you join our school? And she's like, I'm a girl. And he's like, I know. No one can know you're a girl, though. Except for your one teacher. Like, the teacher that's the head of her department knows that she's a girl. And so he'll stop her from having to get, like, physical exams and stuff like that. And it's more like a test because he wants her to perform really well and be like, haha, face reveal, she's actually a girl. So that maybe the school will let girls go, too. And like I always do, I pick my least favorite person first. And he's an interesting character, though. But it's not like a traditional Otome game where you're going through like conversations like this. You are going through a school week. And you get to decide each day what you want to do on that school week. It's the classic I'm in an all boys school. Oh no, yeah. It's that classic story. The thing is, they're called Jack and Jeans. So Jacks are people who can play masculine characters in plays because it's all play based. And Jeans are girls. girl actors, basically, the ones that look like girls. And there's also those who do switch. They switch between boys and girl rows. So they have all this. There's a special group of like singers. And it's also like Hogwarts. There's like four houses, like in Hogwarts. And each house has its own specialty. The one she's in, I forgot the name of it because again, it's been a few months. Specializes in all-around talent. There is one that specializes just in jeans. There's one that specializes in jacks and things like that. It is a very interesting premise, and the story has so many side characters in it. I had so many screenshots on my Switch of that game that had nothing to do with like romance. There was so much of it. Like there was just so much story in it. And I really did like that. There's special events you can trigger each week, and there's things that happen throughout the days. Like, it's really cool. It's just that it's not like this. And so I was feeling overwhelmed, and I was getting really scared that I wasn't doing it successfully. So I kind of went, and then Verche came out. Let's all blame Verche. Verche came out. I was really excited because I love Gothic. And so I put Jack and Jean down so I could pick up Verche. And I did. So I want to go back to Jack and Jean and try and continue its story. So I was saying I'd start doing it on Fridays. And then once I get through Jack and Jean, if I haven't already started playing Code Realize, I was going to start doing Code Realize on weekends too. Friday is a weekend to me. That's how my brain works. But it is a very interesting premise, and it has so many good voice actors in it. One of the main actors in the Jack and Jean, one of the routes, he is the voice actor of Megumi from Jujutsu Kaisen. They also have our lovely Anku voicing a character in there. He's not one of the dateable characters, he's one of the side characters. The themes of Verche are chef's kiss and the dark aesthetic. Love it. Yeah, I was super excited for Verche. Like, as soon as I saw pictures for Verche, I'm like, yes, I'm pre-ordering this. I'm going to play this game. I'm going to play this game so much. It's why I didn't get Winter's Wish, actually, and ended up borrowing my friend's copy, because I picked Verche over Winter's Wish, because I was like, Verche, this one, please. So yeah, that's it. That's the whole story. But we will be playing Jack and Jean on Friday. And then I might play Cupid's Parasite, depending on if I get a little tired with Jack and Jean, depending on how it vibes. So yeah, so join me on Friday for some fun. All right. But right now she's sad because she's starting to feel more lonely. She's starting to feel more attached to Gill. She finally realizes she likes Gill, so that's where she's at. Yeah, I hope you get to. I hope that school is also going good for you. You missed me complain, actually, since you just said you're in university. They had a prom in college in this game. And I'm like, they don't have proms in college. It's a thing this college does, though. I was like, you just want to have a prom scene, and you're like, we'll just make it work. All right, I'm glad, but there's a bit of heartache. It's the same feeling like when you eat too fast or drink something hard to swallow. I better get something to eat, and if Gil's coming back, I should make sure there's enough for him too. Not necessarily true. I ignored what I was feeling and headed into the kitchen. I cooked and finished eating my portion of tonight's dinner. I wrapped Gil's portion up and put it in the fridge. Interesting that you didn't think about your best friend, Clarice. I finished my task. I go and sit on the sofa by myself. It's just 8 o'clock. I look at the time. Prom in college, an excuse to party and maybe drink, since the game they drink later. Yeah, that's true. Well, technically if it's set in the US, because it's called Lost York and there's a place called Baltimore, it's all like American based. 21 is the age of drinking, so they would have been too young. But another thing they did with this was that they said you couldn't go to prom unless you had a date, which I was like, that's never been a rule. No one has ever been like, and you can't go to prom if you're by yourself. I've never seen that happen in any school. Like, a lot of people go to prom in groups of just guys and girls just to chill and hang out and have fun. Let's exclude the singles. Yeah, you can't be single at this school. Sorry. It was the weirdest thing. I was like, all right. I looked at the time and sighed. I felt restless when I get left alone like this. I keep glancing over at the front door. You're not alone. Chi's with you. Don't disrespect Peter like this.
ちー
Yeah, Chi, exactly. You're not alone. Look at him. She came running towards me from the other room. Sorry, I haven't been paying you enough attention recently, Chi.
ちー
He's like, I will take the attentions. He shakes his head while I pick him up. I lie down on the sofa with him. Soon, she starts to fidget, but I pat him on the back. I heave a heavy sigh once again. I wonder what Gill will get back. I miss him so much and long to see him. Those feelings swirl inside me. We just went out together the other day. Why do I miss him so much? I don't know, because if you're dating him, if you're missing him this much, you're now him. Oh my god. He had an actual parasite and he gave it to her. Does Gil feel the same way about me? Gil, who is the lovelorn parasite, if he really loves me, then this feeling is what he's experienced all this time. But I'm still not sure. Gil hasn't told me his feelings directly yet. After Clarice told me about Gil's feelings, I started to get the notion that he really does like me, yet I'm still unsure. How the tables turn, I know, right? I'm like, oh man. She realized he liked her and still hasn't said anything. Because she still wants him to say it first, I guess. And then he got the job of his dreams, so now he's working the weirdest hours ever to where they haven't seen each other in a week despite living in the same house together. I'm just like, what? Clown. If I aim my Cupid arrow, I could discover people's compatibilities, but I still wouldn't know about their feelings. I tap the necklace with my fingers and sigh again. There are too many things I still don't know about humans and about myself too. Everything I know about humans and the human realm was taught to me by Gil. Now I have to think for myself. Gross thinking. Dad, Mom, even I don't know a lot about the gods. Why are they considered so great? Actually, what happened to her mom? In the first part of this, her mom popped up, and she hasn't shown her face since. If she knows he likes her, why wait for him to give the first step for real? This game is all about miscommunication, so I'm gonna assume it has to do with that because the miscommunication. She's also still in denial because she's a Cupid. And she recently realized she was going to miss him if she leaves. That's how she realized, I have the feels. I came to the human realm to prove that humans are our equals, but I just don't know what to do anymore. It's enough trouble just thinking about my own feelings. Things were so much simpler back then. After entering Cupid Corporation, I tried to have the best performance reviews within the company. I don't care about anything other than climbing that corporate ladder, baby. I think I've forsaken many things on my climb to the top. Gil's emotions were one of the things I put aside. For now, I don't want to sacrifice anything else. I just want to care more than my... I just want to care more about... I just want to care about more than my professional ambitions. I can do it. I can get the words unjumbled. It happens. Gil. What was Gil like when we first met? I started to reminisce as I dozed. She's so warm and my stomach is so full. Lying on the sofa continuously makes me feel drowsy. I think when I first met Gil, he was surprised to see me. I drifted off and remembered what I can about Gil. In my dream, I think of him. Imagine being Peter through all of these routes. Just being a cool little friend. It was a little over 6 years ago. This is an... Whew. This game is making this route all flashbacks. I was fervently observing everything my human realm roommate did on the night I arrived. Stare.
何？
Is everything okay? Yeah, I'm just observing you. So what are you doing?
大学のレポートを書いてるだけだよ。
I'm writing a report for a class. So this is a report. I even think I've seen this kind of thing in movies. Everyone's always talking about reports and passing or failing. Wow, he really is a college student. Did you doubt it? I got the feeling that observing and then imitating him would help me be a model human despite being Cupid. That's what I thought a while ago. Imagine in his route when she discovers that the being she's been petting is a boy. Well, I think she knows he's a boy, but not just a boy, a god, a man. Just a man. He's been a man the whole time. I'm so curious. We'll see. I don't know how fast he pops up and goes like, "Listen, Leah, let's go back to Celestia." Like, is he trying to help her reach her goals? What's his goal? I better practice being a human. Thankfully, I learned about basic common sense from Auntie. But Auntie has been alive much longer than me. Her version of common sense could be as dated as ancient Rome. That's why I need to closely observe Gill to learn some modern common sense.
俺、風呂に入ってこようかな。
I think I should take a bath. A bath? I've seen this in movies as well, but I've never had one. There are no baths in Celestia since we have no need for them. I must observe the bath closely. Basic common sense. Let the boy clean her underwear. Actually, it was really funny because he was talking about how he needs to buy new underwear because he hasn't been able to wash them, and he doesn't want her to wash her his underwear.
じゃあ、ちょっと入ってくるから。
I'm gonna go now, and she's like. Gil kept glancing over his shoulder while he went through to the next room. Naturally, I followed close behind. I peek through a crack in the doorway and see Gil quickly taking off his clothes. Oh, I understand. A bath is a thing where you take off your clothes. Clearly. I think it's also where you wrap a towel around yourself before entering. That's just keeping things PG-13, actually. Wow, a bubble bath. So this is a real thing. Gil goes inside and covers the bath using a sheet of hooks. I also remove my clothes so I can learn something new. I think about bath scenes in movies and wrap the towel around my body the way I've seen. Then I went into the bathroom after Gil, but...
なんでついてきたの?
Bath time! Lucky happening. What are you doing in here? Poor dude, imagine what he thought. I was hoping you'd teach me how to take a bath. Is it something we can do together? It's true that men and women often bathe together in the movies I saw. Most were couples, but this isn't too different. I've never taken baths in this manner. Please teach me, Gil.
お願いって。いや、俺、タオル巻いてなくて。
Please, what? I'm not even wearing a towel right now. You're trying to wrap that uncomfortable looking cloth around him. He's trying to wrap that uncomfortable looking cloth around him. Oh, God. Oh, should I take off my towel then? Or are you changing into that cloth?
ダメ！絶対ダメ！外さないで！
Don't take your towel off. For some strange reason, Gil has a very serious expression on his face as he grabs my shoulders. He then scratched the tip of his nose and anxiously looked away from me.
わかったよ。こういうバスタブが初めてって言うなら教えてあげる。
Alright, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'll show you how to use a bathtub.
でも君が先に洗って先に出ること。俺の裸は見ちゃダメだから。わかった？
But you have to wash up and leave before I get in. You cannot watch me bathe. Understand? Understood, but why can't I stay in here?
君の親はそれがダメだって教えなかったの?
Didn't your parents ever explain this kind of thing to you? I've never been with a man before, so I'm not sure I understand.
そっか。それじゃあまあ仕方ないか。
Did he just say he's not sure she's a...
仕方ないのか?
Are you for real? Like, could you not tell by the fact that she's in here? I guess this can't be helped. Wait, are you being serious?
しかもこういう風呂は初めてって、一体普段どんな豪華な風呂入ってたんだろう。お手伝いさんが入れてくれてたのかな。
She's never been in a bath like this. What kind of luxurious bath do you have? I wonder if she's had an attendant or a maid. Did she never have a bath in 20 years? But in reality, yeah, she never did. It's even longer than 20 years, which is funnier. She's making me re-question everything I know about gods, you see, because like they are all about luxury. Gill was shaking his head while mumbling to himself.
とにかくさ、男女は一緒に風呂入っちゃダメだし、裸を見せ合うのもダメなんだ。
Anyways, men and women can't bathe together. It's just not right to see each other naked like this.
それに、この家風呂が2つあるから、今度からは自分の部屋の方を使って。わかった？
Besides, we have 2 bathrooms. Go use the one in your room. Got it? Got it. Also, remember, this is the same guy who got mad that she didn't realize he had feelings for her. She didn't know how to use a bathtub when she met you, my guy. For Gill's serious manner, I finally realized that I was doing something incredibly unusual. I'm sorry, I think I must have acted inappropriately.
いや、知らなかったなら仕方ないんだ。とにかく、次回以降気をつけてくれればいいから。
It's fine. You really didn't know. I just hope you'll be more careful from now on.
とにかく教えるね。これがシャワーで、あそこにあるのがバスタオルで。
I'll still teach you, okay? So this is the shower, and this thing over there is a bath towel. Gill helpfully pointed and picked up each thing as he explained what they were. You should fill the tub about 1/3 of the way. Wait, was he taking a bath or a shower? Because I swore she said bubble bath. If you're using too much hot water, the apartment will run out of it really fast. You might even stop the water entirely. That's why you should use the bubble bath to clean yourself as much as possible before you finish bathing. What detailed instructions. There's so many things I've learned from Gill that the movies didn't teach me. They didn't teach you anything, girl. It made me realize that I really am in the world of humans now. I'm being immersed in human experiences, from my head to my toes. I learned how to bathe from Gill and experienced the joy of a bath for the first time in my life. Wow, that bath felt wonderful. I feel warm all over my body. I was so elated with this new experience as I sat on the sofa in my bath towel. You can hear the shower in Gill's bathroom. He was facing the wall and waited the entire time that I was washing up. Now it's his turn to wash up. Oh, now what do I do next? Gill isn't here, so I don't know what's next. What the next rule of bathing? I keep myself wrapped up in the bath towel, feeling confused. I think I'm supposed to change into something called pajam jams. I look into my own bag, but there are no pajam jams to be found. That is a crime, my lady. Due to time constraints and money, I was only able to prepare the necessary items. I feel so refreshed now. It seems like a waste to get dressed. For now, I'll just put on a pair of underwear. I look and see Chi dragging something around.
Chi?
Chi's so polite, he kept his eyes closed, see? Ask him for a t-shirt and shorts. I don't think his shorts would fit her. Are those the pajam jams?
Chi.
Chi looks proud of his discovery. Ah. Just an oversized t-shirt. I pick the clothes up and see a big thigh-length t-shirt. Is this Gill's shirt? Would it be okay for me to wear? I want to ask him, but he's still in the bath. I think he would get more mad if I just sat around in a towel. He did tell me it's bad to show your naked body to others. I guess it's fine if we talk later. My God. I gotta give Chi credit. I gotta give Peter credit, man. He didn't wear a shirt for the longest time, and he knew where to find something for her to wear. Gill is very understanding, so I'm sure he would understand. I quickly put on the t-shirt, but then... What if it's not his shirt? Wouldn't that be funnier?
それ、俺の T シャツっていうか、下着つけてないよね。
Is that my t-shirt? Are you even wearing underwear? First off, yes. He wanted to show up his body. Yeah. Gil's eyes went wide at the sight of me in the t-shirt. Am I not supposed to wear this? I'm wearing a pair of panties underneath. I'm sorry, but I forgot to bring pajamas, so I borrowed this. I guess it's not good to take others' properties without asking first. I'll take it off right away.
ダメ脱がないでそれ着てていいからっていうか下着は上の方それは
Wait, don't. You can keep it on. Wait, are you wearing anything up top? Oh, you mean the top panties? I only have one. Auntie told me to just wash it and buy more of them if needed. This is the only one I have right now. But common sense dictates that you wash things after using them, but I only have one to wash. What should I do, Gil? When you wash something, you have to wait for it to dry. While it's wet and drying, you can't wear it. But I don't really care if I'm wearing underwear or not. I didn't wear them in Celestia. Do I have to? I cautiously began my question. Gil fell to the floor in shock.
野村そして彼シャツなんでこんな無防備なんだこんな危なっかしい子見たことないよ
He's walking a thin line right now with this conversation. He's starting to sound a little Shelby-ish. No bra, a boyfriend shirt. I've never seen anyone as vulnerable as her. Gil.
俺がコインランドリーで洗濯と乾燥させてくるから
I'll go to the laundromat to clean and dry it. I'd feel bad if you did that for me. Can you tell me where that, what was it? Laundromat? Where's that place so I can go?
そんな格好で出られたら大変なことになるよとにかく君はそのまま部屋でじっとしてて絶対外出ちゃダメだから
You can't go out looking like that. Just stay put. Do not go outside. Understand? Sure.
って俺がこれ洗っていいのかいやでも俺しかいないよな仕方ないこれは不可抗力だ
Is it really okay for me to wash this? I have to. I'm the only one around. Looks like he has a flower in his hair though. Isn't that cute? He mumbled to himself as he grabs the laundry bag and went outside. I see. So it's proper to wear underwear all the time. Additionally, men and women shouldn't bathe together. It's only my first day and I've already made so many inhuman mistakes. I better remember the proper way to do things so I avoid them in the future. I'm lucky that I have a roommate who's teaching me all of this. I should be grateful for that. Anyways, I have to remember what I've been taught first so I don't repeat my mistakes. Right then and there, I swore to become a proper person so that I could repay him later. She's like Lilu from the Fifth Element. She just needs like a thing, just all the words, all the meanings right in front of her right now. I felt someone carrying me. Then when I woke up from my dreams, was I asleep? I think I was dreaming of the past, but back to when I had just arrived to the human realm, back to when I was still causing Gil so much trouble. Gil's expression takes me all the way back to our school days. I feel embarrassed for my past. How did I manage to make all those mistakes? I feel sorry for Gil. But even after that, Gil taught me basic common sense multiple times. By the time I entered college, I didn't make as many mistakes. Still, I constantly relied on Gil. He always helped me. All this time, Gil held my hand and protected me. I tried my best to open my heavy eyes and catch a glimpse of him. I was now in my bedroom. Wait. The arms around my back and knees were warm. I see a familiar outfit on the corner of my eye. It's Gil. His sweet, gentle scent envelops me. He brought me from the sofa to my bed. He slowly settles down on the bed. That intoxicating, lovely smell drifts away.
Ne.
Leah? Oh, never mind. I thought maybe she was having a dream. I thought Clarice was giving her a dream. Just saying. Lil makes the blanket move over me, not noticing that I'm awake as I murmur his name. I thought I saw Gil smile. I couldn't fully open my eyes, so I simply laid there and waited. I felt so happy to hear Gil's gentle, self here next to me, so I closed my eyes and pretended to sleep. He brushes my hair
好きだ
softly.
よ。
That was so cute. Aw. He's like, I love you. My heart takes the biggest leap it's ever has. He whispers those 3 words to me like he was sharing a precious secret. My mind starts to race and I feel like
お
crying.
やすみ。
Good night. He kissed her. Something soft presses against my forehead, and Gill stands up. I think he kissed my forehead. What should I do? Even after Gill left my room, I couldn't get up. Instead, I gripped the sheets and muttered that phrase repeatedly. What should I do? I say it even louder now. What should I do? What should I do? Gil said he loved me, but he said it to your sleepy self, so it's not really true. Gil truly is in love with me. I thought I knew, but now I've heard him say it, and it finally felt real. I realized it was the first time Gil confessed his feelings to me. That made me feel overjoyed. I felt my eyes start to itch and grow warm, then tears streamed down my cheeks. I loved being doted on by Gil back during our college days. It felt like family to me, just like in my dreams. But this time, things are different. I feel happy about Gil's care for very different reasons. Though in my heart, I already knew this. I think I already love Gil. It's not the love of a family member, it's the all-consuming kind of love that I've gifted so many as Cupid. Cupid actually fell in love. I don't know if this is allowed. The moment that thought crosses my mind, I smelled something pungent? What's that smell? I jump up fully awake as Gil returns to my room. I turn on the lamp next to me and see that he's holding a plate.
起きた？ごめん、匂いで起こしちゃったみたいだね。
Did I wake you? I apologize, though maybe the smell woke you up. What's that stink?
ブルーチーズ買ってきたんだ。実はさ、俺のアパートの異臭騒ぎってこれが原因だったらしいんだ。
I bought some blue cheese. Turns out that the smelly situation at my apartment was kind of caused by this. You mean the whole stench incident was because of some blue cheese? I need an explanation.
実はアパートの住民の誰かがブルーチーズを大量に買い込んで、そのまま何年も戸棚に放置してたらしいんだ。
Well, someone in the building has loads and loads of blue cheese. They left it on a shelf for years.
そしたら大変な匂いになっちゃったもんだから、慌てて排水口に流したんだって。それがどっかで詰まって、あの異臭騒ぎ。
Why not just throw it away? Why not throw it away? What? Over time, the stench just grew and grew, so he panicked and flushed it down the drain. The cheese caused a backup, and then, oh my god.
もう、こんなことが原因だなんて思わなかったよ。でも、その話聞いたら、俺も食べたくなっちゃって買ってきたんだ。
After hearing the story, I started craving blue cheese. I ended up buying some. Want a taste? I sat up on my bed. Gil handed over the plate, heaped with blue cheese on it. Wow, this looks divine. Let's eat. Please don't. I take a piece, and the distinct flavor of blue cheese filled my mouth. The scent and the flavor are so strong, but it's downright delicious.
だよね。ここで食べてもいい？
Is she in bed? Isn't it? Mind if I eat here? Go right ahead. I nod enthusiastically, and Gil sits next to me. He's sitting close enough that I can feel his body heat, which makes me feel nervous, especially now that I know I loved him. We sat next to each other while eating cheese and making idle conversation. This reminds me of when I was living with Clarice in here.
ああ、そういえば、二人ともよく一緒にベッドに乗っかっていろんな話してたよね。
Oh yeah, you two used to sit on the bed and talk about a bunch of stuff. Yeah, looking back, it was kind of rude of us, but I still had a lot of fun.
俺はいいなって思って見てたよ。男はそこに混ざれないからさ。
I think it was all in good fun. Plus, someone like me wouldn't want to jump in on the middle of that. My face itched. Gil looked at me while snacking on cheese. His eyes are technically the same, but there's something different about his gaze. Gil's gazing at me with a sort of frenzied fondness. But I think Gil always had that look in his eyes. I just didn't understand the meaning behind it.
でも、異臭騒ぎの原因が分かったから、ようやく俺も元いたアパートに帰れるよ。ごめんね、女子二人暮らしに混ざり込んで。
I thought she kicked you out for renovations. So is that true? You can go back now? That doesn't make sense. Think about it. Now that I know about the cause of the smell in the building, I can go back. Sorry for imposing on your space. Huh? Gil is going back to his place? That's right. Gil's only here because he got chased out due to that stinky situation. I had come to expect Gil to always be here, but in reality, I'd forgotten that he was a guest. Even when his schedule filled up, Gil continued to live here with us. Because of him, I didn't feel so lonely. I think I think we'd see each other less if Gil returns back to his apartment. He's already so busy. I don't want that life though. I don't want a life without Gil.
あ、ブルーチーズ全部食べ終わっちゃった。また切ってくるよ。ちょっと待ってて。
No. We finished the cheese. Let me go cut some more for us. Gil, wait. I couldn't hold back all of these emotions. I grabbed his shirt and as he stood, I looked up at him. Gil, I'm so sorry. I was the one who turned you into the lovelorn parasite. This is all my fault. Gil had finally began to make progress in his life. He finally was chasing his dreams. But once I figured out my own feelings for him, I can't hold back any longer. Gil, please don't leave me.
あ、
Gil's eyes open up wide. He puts the plate down on the desk and cautiously turns towards me.
それ、どういう意味で。
What do you mean by that? He holds my shoulder. What? Why? His hands are shaken and he still has the feverish look in his eyes. His lips are the same ones that told me he loved me earlier tonight. His hands patted me on my head. Why? So it should be fine for me to express myself, right? Gil, I love you. I love you as a man I fell in love with. That's why I would hesitate any longer. Oh. Where's his glasses? Doesn't Gil have glasses? Gil's lips gently press against mine. A confession! He holds me by the shoulders until it hurts. Then Gil looked at me. I can see unshed tears in his pained eyes. There's still a chance this is a dream. Just gonna put it out there.
それ、本当？
Is that really true? You're asking me that after you kissed me?
ごめん。だって俺、なんか、君がそんな可愛いこと言うから、もう、抑えらんなくて。
Sorry, I couldn't hold myself back after you said all that. Kisses me again, but it's not like before. This kiss is like a hurricane with this sharp tang of blue cheese. Oh, no thank you. Haha, no, I don't want to, Gil gently touches my cheek. It's a blue cheese flavored kiss, huh? Yeah. We smiled at the same time. Gil rests his forehead on mine. He has a slightly troubled look on his face.
ブルーチーズ味のキスだ。ごめん。全然ロマンチックじゃなくて。
A blue cheese flavored kiss. I'm sorry, that's not very romantic at all. Well, I think it's the most romantic thing ever. I don't. We giggle again, and this time I initiate our kiss. Gil's shoulders twitch in surprise. I'm sorry that I've never noticed your feelings for me, Gil. It's all my fault that you became the lovelorn parasite. I'm so sorry.
いいんだよ。俺は好きで君を好きなままでいたんだから。
It's alright. I stayed in love with you because I wanted to.
むしろ誇らしいよ。ずっと君を好きなままでいられた。俺のことがさ。
I'm proud of that too. I'm so grateful that I never stopped loving you. He smiles and brushes a finger against my cheek. The overwhelming sense of love flowing from him makes my eyes well up. Usually people don't stay in love this long without any returns. That's called obsession, my love. Only someone like Gill could be able to love me for so long. I love you, Gill.
俺も好きだよ。だから泣かないで。
Me too. I love you, Leah, so please don't cry. Dry your eyes. Wait. He embraces me and we kiss again. Her necklace fell off when she confessed with Shelby. Does it have to be intimate for that to happen? Do not.
もうダメだよ。止まんない。ずっと我慢してたんだから。君が好きで、ずっと好きで。
There's just some sounds I don't want in my ear. I can't. I feel like I can't stop. I've been holding back for so long. I love you. I've always loved you.
ああ、もうくそ。もっとかっこよく告白したかったのに。
I wish I could make this more romantic for you. Our breaths grow heavy. Gill kisses me over and over again like a drowning
君
man.
が世界の中心で、君だけを見ていたくて、一生守りたい、面倒見たいってずっと思ってた。君の許しがあればって。
I only have eyes for you. I want to protect you forever. I want to wait on you hand and foot. All of you.
無邪気に笑う君が好きで、俺を頼ってくれる君が可愛くて。でも、社会人になって成長した君を知って尊敬したんだ。
I love your innocent smile. I think it's so cute when you rely on me, but I still respect you as a full-fledged adult.
でも君のまっすぐなところは変わらなくてさ。ああ、本当に君が好きだなって思ったん
That
だ。
straightforward personality of yours is still wonderful. That's why I knew I would still love you even after all these years.
大学の頃からずっと君が好きだったけれど、こうして再会して一緒に過ごすようになって、もっともっと好きになっていったんだ。
He is talking quite a lot. This is like when he does word vomit over text. I've loved you since we were in college, but after reuniting with you, I've fallen even deeper in love.
俺、ずっと待ってたんだ。君に振り向いてもらえる日を。
I was waiting for the day that you
だから、
turned your attention to me, so I'm sorry as well. He frowns and pain shines in his eyes. He holds my shoulders and falls on top of me on the bed.
もう我慢できない。
Could still be a dream. I can't hold back these feelings any longer. As he whispers those tempting words in my ears and starts to undress me, I'm not so naive that I don't know what we're going to do. I've seen this play out in movies multiple times, yet even though I know this act, I'm still anxious. Wait a moment. The warming of his kisses are making my mind feel like I'm going to explode. I was starting to get overly sensitive and held Gill's arms for the first time. His smile is playful.
もしかして初めて？
Is this your first time? Gill, you already know it is. After all, you're the one who taught me everything.
知ってる。君が真っ白で全部俺色に染まってくれたこと。
I don't know if I like that sentence. Gill, I don't know if I enjoy that. You got a point. You were quite naive when we met. Now I get to see how far you've come. Gill smiles with all his teeth. I don't think I've ever seen him behave like this. He's like a lion on the hunt, and I'm his prey. He's so calm and collected. Is he? Is this not your first time, Gill?
ボルトモアの男でハイスクール卒業した後もまだ経験ないやつなんていないよ。
I don't know if that's a fact. In Baltimore, no guy graduates high school still being a virgin. What the heck kind of weird logic is that? In any case, I'm at a disadvantage in the bedroom. It's not fair that Gill's so cool-headed right now. Usually I'm the calm one. This is embarrassing.
知ってる。
I can imagine. Wait, did she say that out loud? No, she didn't. He nibbles on my earlobe and towers
知
over
っ
me.
てるよ。初めてのことを知るときに君が嬉しそうに目をキラキラさせること。
Your eyes always get a certain shine whenever you're learning something new.
それが可愛くて、ちょっと泣かせてみたい。
I just have a question. Is this got the potential to end badly? No. Okay. Okay, just curious. Just curious. Okay.
ってずっと思ってたんだ。
I've always found it so cute, but honestly, I've always wanted to see how you look when you're shy. I never knew Gil regarded me that way. He licks the base of my neck and huffs a laugh. His fingers and lips steal away all of my thoughts. Am I gonna end up in a cage? Maybe. Maybe the thought crossed my mind. I'm just like, is this gonna turn out like, oh no, I'm in a cage again. Oh god. Listen, I've been worried about this guy since the beginning. The lovelorn parasite Gil, a man who has always remained steadfast in love with me. He was like a servant to me, but now he's taking the lead. All I can do is yield to the passion between us. Are we? Are we yielding? Are you gonna wake up alone in bed because it's a dream? That's the end of the chapter. Okay, okay. Cock-a-doodle-doo? That's the name of the chapter ending? The next chapter? I heard the sound of a message notification pinging and opened my eyes. I just feel a strange confession and boo. I look at the clock, still half asleep, and see that it was 2 a.m. Who could it be at this hour? I reach for my phone to check and notice Gil sleeping soundly next to me. Okay, he's still there. I noticed that Gil was completely nude. In the next moment, I realized that I'm also just as nude as he is. That's right. After we did that, Gil and I, remembering our intimate time together, made me blush from ear to ear. Okay, so it did happen. It was amazing. Bragging. Although Raul is bigger. I remember reading that in a different conversation, so we'll see. At first, I was so anxious about but gradually things got hot and heavy. I felt blissfully overwhelming to me. Knowing that we loved each other so much made it feel like an indulgence. Plus, Gil took me so often and held me close. Wait, what? He continues to tell me how deep his love for me was. I only shifted free from his grasp a bit ago. I press my heated cheeks into my hands and bury my face in the pillow. I felt something cold touch my forehead. It was my Cupid arrow. It's off. I don't remember turning it into a bow or an arrow yet. Somehow it's off my neck. Before now, I've never been able to remove my Cupid's arrow from around my neck, but it's on my bed for some unknown reason. Why? It's never been removed before. Suddenly, I feel worried that something bad was about to happen. Could it be because Gil and I slept together? Is my Cupid arrows going to be okay? I take the removed Cupid's arrow and clutch it, feeling dumbfounded. I then heard another message notification. I look around the darkness of my room and see that the bright screen of my phone, I realize it was Gil's. Gil must not put it on Do Not Disturb at night. If he keeps getting messages, Gil might wake up. Well, maybe he needs to. Maybe it's work. I know I shouldn't mess with his phone, but I did think it. However, when I got close, I saw something that made me go pale. On the lock screen, there was a message. The truth behind Cupid Corporation's president, Snell's backroom deals. What is this? Hola, hola, hola. Okay. I'm double checking to make sure I have time to keep playing. LOL. Let's see. It's getting interesting at least. But he did ask her about that earlier, so that makes perfect sense. Okay. A little bit of time left. I only have like a little bit of time left because I gotta get dressed. I am dressed. Let me phrase this right. I need to change a little bit. I'm gonna be on a ladder tonight, so I can't wear a skirt. I know I shouldn't, but I couldn't help but unlock Gil's phone. I was shocked beyond words. Top bridal advisor Leah Muir is a scam artist was written there as well. What is this? Why is my name here? My shaking fingers open the message. Within it is an unbelievable article. There's baseless rumors about Cupid Corporation and countless insults directed at the president and me. My mind whited out. What have I done to warrant such hate? Why would Gil receive a message about this article? I shakily swiped the screen and saw a message from the sender. Gil, finish the article. Please confirm. The article was excellent and well written. I'll eagerly be waiting for more. I dropped Gil's smartphone at my sudden realization. All the dots connected and led me to a terrifying conclusion. Leah Mirror is a scam artist, and the person who sent this message asked Gil to confirm the article and give them the go ahead. The betrayal, right? Oh my God. And the article was excellent. Then that means that the one who wrote the article was it Gil? This can't be true. There has to be a mistake. After all, Gil is the lovelorn parasite, and I don't need the
ね
flashback. She asked, "Have you talked to your
え、
boss
いや、
recently?
パラサイトハウスの
Anything weird?" I felt like a cold, fierce hand was gripping my heart. I don't want to doubt Gil, yet all of the evidence points to him. It can't be, because if it's true, then that means
ごめんごめん、大した連絡じゃなかった。
she said he was a liar. Gil was lying to my face back then. He was lying. Gil changed the subject rather quickly after asking about the president. Then it must be. The shock sends me flying from the bed. I have to remain calm, but I can't calm down right now. Gil is laying next to me. He just said he loved me. There's no way I can calm down. I take my clothes and my Cupid's bow and left the room. I already know where to go. And I am going to work. All right, so we will continue the dramatic conclusion tomorrow. Yay! This isn't as well, I mean, I don't know, it was pretty steamy for a moment there. But thank you so much for joining me. I hope you have a lovely day. I hope you enjoy your Valentine's Day. If you're enjoying Valentine's Day, thanks for stopping in, Just a Cutie. And Jay, if you're still around, I know you were at work, so I hope you guys have a lovely day. If you're watching this on YouTube, you can check out my more recent videos on Twitch. I stream on there about 3 times a week. If you're checking me out on Twitch, as you know, I upload all my VODs onto YouTube, so you can check out all my older content on there. Thank you so much. Have a lovely day. Bye bye.